Hello.
Alright, yeah, you procced. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. We're here. We are here. And you have a lot to read with some stuff from me in between.
You sound underwater.
Again?
Also, do you want to keep your current again, do you want to keep your current PNG or use your DMP PG PNG DM and whatever, you get the point. Yeah. You get my point.
You can get your point.
Yeah, let's think of that one. Up. Alright, okay. Thank you so much for waiting. I appreciate you. And thank you, chat, for existing. I appreciate you too. I have a lot to read. We're starting off our session 34. Well, technically session 34. Episode 34? Sessions, whatever, because we've
Session
had
33.
Well, our supplemental.
Yeah,
we've had our supplementals as
yeah.
well. Anyway, with a little bit of reading of journal entries by Vaiks, and then we'll be kicking off where we left off, sort of. I have a lovely Eri doing some yip yaps for me in the in-between. But I'm gonna go ahead and get on into it because it is a lot to read. I'm also gonna turn this down so I can hear myself think. Oh goodness. Okay. Journal entry day, I'm not sure, of Bloden. Well, I'm awake and unfortunately cognizant while I wait for Percival to return with something alcoholic in nature. I'll have to reference a few different books in Dahlia's study to see if there's a reasonable topical numbing agent to be made without the use of cayenne pepper or other capsaicins. I'm not particularly hopeful, but that's nothing new. At the very least, my mind doesn't have to be present the next time treatment rolls around, whenever that is. I've luckily been given paper, a stack of random books, since I'm unable to stand. And while my feelings towards my old viceroy are still amply conflicted, the conversation hasn't been awful. In fact, I could be so bold to say it's actually somewhat nice. He holds no conflicted feelings or ire towards my decisions, only speaking when I ask for company or counsel, and more than willing to share breadths of his knowledge and learned wisdom over the years. Would have been nice to receive this assistance and mentorship without the whole both dying brutally in the domain of death, but I digress. And yes, I am well aware he knows exactly what I'm writing here, but I would rather eat my old rapier than make any admissions aloud. AC tells me I was unconscious for nearly an entire day and a half, both pain and fevered delirium making treatment difficult otherwise. I've lost track of days and my space and time since waking up, so I've opted to take his word for it. It feels like a bizarre half-dream. Being here. Being home. I'm slightly grateful to the extent of the pain I'm in, or I'd be certain I was either insane or dead. Percival has been nice and ungodly patient. I'm guessing he probably just feels bad for full body ramming me into the dirt. Maybe he thinks that makes us even? I'm not sure, and I'm a little scared to ask further. When I'm healed, and his feelings of moral obligation pass, I'm sure the resentment will follow in turn. As it should. I want to say I'm ready for that day, but I don't think I am. If Luthien can continue to play pretend by being cared for by Emery, I can do so with Percival for at least a little while, right? He's not a bad liar, which is good in its own ways. After all, honesty is only helpful if you have nothing to hide. He'll do well with the tasks needed of him within the cities. Better than a bad first draft would, for certain. Journal entry day whatever, number 2. It's disorienting whenever I wake up here. My mind doesn't know when exactly it is until Percival pokes his head in to either stare at me with worried puppy eyes or tentatively carrying in an abundance of medicinal supplies every morning. Fortunately, he has given up trying to do treatments or checkups while I'm asleep after the 3rd failure to sneak into the room. He doesn't realize how loud he is in little ways, both internally and externally. It's funny to me how lively he is. Either way, I don't mind his hovering. Forgot how alcohol feels the day after, and how awful it is, and it's doing no favor to my mood. Never mind the fact I definitely made an ass of myself in more ways than one last night, based on the bleary remembrances of my conversations with Tavrick and Percival respectively. I'm ready to bash my head against the wall out of both frustration and boredom, never mind the hangover. I can walk short distances, but it's not far enough to do anything beyond use the restroom or sift through the secondary office. Fortunately, Dahlia has gathered this fact during her visits through the day, and has dropped off a variety of work the children have done in the schoolhouse for correction. I'll have to discuss adding more detailed mathematics and potion-based alchemy to the curriculum, since practice magic isn't as widely available like in the cities. However, I do believe if every child can learn a singular spell, then perhaps magic isn't as distant a blessing as we think. We can learn from their mistakes and their advancements. AC has been beside himself with intrigue over their work, particularly the creative writing and history lessons, since the content is not limited to the story of the Exalted wishes to tell. Sometimes I wonder if he regrets not asking more questions of the odd changeling with voids in her memories before Emery ever laid hands upon her. AC note. Yes, I do, but I regret the great and many ways I failed both of us. Maybe, if he had spent more time asking the right questions to children, he wouldn't be stuck in a tiny pendant carried around by his Reaper for eternity. But I digress. I'll need to refer to some study materials before continuing corrections on the Orcish and elemental-based assignments. Gods, I'm tired of being so angry all the time. I can't seem to control it, as if thousands of vengeful spirits within the Hall of the Dead that gazed upon me that day had integrated themselves into my very soul. What is worse, the more angry I become, the less control I seem to have over any of my dominion, which leads to more frustration, then more anger, then more power flares, and so forth, like a rage-fueled Erebus. I'm not sure what to do, but every time I speak with Luthien, I seem to be angry all over again. Without provocation. Maybe I resent her? I am well aware I resent Emery, but that much is beyond clear. As many have said, I have the right to be. Perhaps I simply resent myself, and Luthien is just a reminder of that feeling. That isn't her fault. None of those choices were her fault. I know that, and still this anger festers. Like a revenant I can't seem to let go, and frankly, I see is no help there. AC note. Oh, continue.
No, regrettably, the releasing of grudges is not my forte, nor does it seem to be the Anadin. You'll have to find advice for that beyond either of us.
I suppose I'll have to simply stew on it for now. Even still, I can't see any justification that would make the actions of the God of Madness morally good. I sold my soul to the devil that day, before I even knew what it entailed. I thought I was doing the right thing, that it would all be worth it. But that was simply the thoughts of a naive child wanting love from a family that wasn't even hers. In the end, I lost in every way. I feel like an imbecile now, thinking that just because I loved someone enough to sacrifice everything, that they would do the same. Care about me the same. I was wrong, in every sense of the term. I was a complete fool. And yet, even after having it proven over and over that my feelings weren't and never will be the same as hers, I still had hope she'd choose my side over theirs. How stupid. Even now, my chest aches thinking about it. But the person I adored, cherished, cared for, they've been gone for years. Now we're just strangers who share a handful of memories from people who've already died. And I should expect nothing more than cordial behavior from said stranger in the future. Miscellaneous day, whatever, number 3. I really need to ask Dahlia the date. Also, Air, you sound like water.
I don't know why. I unplugged and replugged.
Oh, you sound fine now?
Yeah.
You're fine now. You thick. Anyway, miscellaneous day, whatever, number 3. I really need to ask Dahlia the date.
AC note. I had presumed this a stylistic choice. It is the 17th of Bloden.
I have been given ample time to think, for better or for worse, and my thoughts continue to circle back to Tavrick and my conversations with him before. Among other demons in my closet, but we'll address those another time. Every time I've seen him since returning from my mother's domain, he's seemed unwell, as if our company, the responsibilities that have been placed on him, are more laborious than he can bear. I don't blame him. It's not easy to have reality upended from everything you thought you knew. To be candid, we're awful people, and we've all lied to each other just as much as the Exalted has. Caused more problems than solutions, and hurt more than we've ever truly helped. It's still not certain what right we have to rend everything that people have relied on for over 1,000 years, simply because some of our parents and patrons say so. Even still, I want to do right by Tavrick at the very least, since it's AC's meddling and giving assignment that brought him here, over anyone else. Which I still have questions regarding. Both questions and the respected answers found in Appendix B. He has no blood tie in this fight, and he has a mother still anxiously waiting at home for him, perhaps even more so now that Emery or even AC's magics have been nullified by their deaths. According to the report, she received treatment shortly after his father's disappearance to cope with the grief of the loss. It cannot be a coincidence she required living assistance afterwards. She knows something that Tavrick has the right to know himself. So, the only fair thing would be to make his transition back home as easy as possible. His continued observation of Luthien is both unnecessary and unwanted on both sides, even more so with Emery's revival. So the easiest documents to craft would be a position transfer or reinstatement set to take effect after his current job has been completed. The details of said job's result to be reported strictly to the Viceroy. I don't want him to go. His company is comforting. But to ask him to stay is completely selfish. The longer he stays, the more harm will be done. The more he'll deteriorate. I can't help him. None of us can in the way that he needs. The knife that deals the wound can't stitch it back together after all. I still feel a bit embarrassed about my behavior the other night, but I wish to send a peace offering of sorts. Or maybe I'd just prefer to help his mood, regardless of the method. Perhaps a letter would be adequate? He liked cookies, or at least Luthien's, but honestly the cookies at the bakery north of the stables are far better. The difference between a casual recipe and a master of the craft for over 100 years is hardly a fair competition. Though I can't deliver anything myself in my current condition, nor do I trust Percival to not be. well, obnoxiously teasing about it. Percival did say the fox would listen to the requests I have, within reason. Surely delivering a letter wouldn't be unreasonable. Only one way to find out, I suppose. Well, Hyacinth, the fox, this isn't his actual name, does deliver letters. He also appears to only do so with adequate bribery. I did not expect Tavrick to think I was requesting him to get me cookies, though it's quite like him to place someone else's potential needs over his own. I also did not expect him to collapse on me mid-confession, but considering how haggard he looks, I'm not surprised in retrospect. I'm just relieved he's sleeping soundly for once. He's given me many things to consider. If he doesn't wish to go back to the road, then it's my responsibility to figure out an alternative. Hopefully without intervention or support by Emery. I don't wish to owe her any more than I already do. But if that's what it takes, so be it. I want to believe the sincerity of his words that we've ruined nothing, or at least nothing that cannot be mended. But our overall actions towards him haven't been great, nor towards each other, or ourselves. Hells, I killed myself for retribution. Luthien and Percival wanted to kill themselves to revive an unhinged, deific psychopath, and Ylvanna did die to revive an unhinged, torturous, deific psychopath that manipulated both our memories beyond recognition. I truly think the only being that isn't a basket case may be Tock, and he's somehow a sentient machine. Speaking of, according to Percival, he's presumed that Tock is with Ylvanna, but also has yet to see or hear from either of them. Something about that makes me uneasy. After all, while they may not be children, both have a tendency for finding themselves trouble, and both have a heavy motivation to rush off into dangerous territory. Ylvanna was adamant about trying to return home when she returned from the dead, and I don't particularly blame her. However, there was a panic in her that makes me uneasy. AC had implied he wanted to request Arathorn's presence last we spoke, and if my returned memories are accurate, I don't believe either Arathorn or Isildir have the mental or magical fortitude to elude capture without Emery's assistance or AC's direct neglect of responsibility. While Emery and AC are the most adept in mind manipulation, they're far from the only members with thought detection. Though for the others, it's far more surface level and rudimentary. Tock, on reflection, was almost enamored, if a machine could be enamored, with nearly anything dragon-related we've encountered thus far. Normally that would not cause concern, and if anything give me an idea what he may find of interest, but I worry he may attempt to poke at the Dracolich's seal in his quest for knowledge. I've yet to truly ask him what his purpose is, and I mean beyond the default, "I am here to assist." He acts oddly, with more diversity than a machine following only preset orders. Hell, he goes by he. Why have a preference of pronoun if you have no sense of self or identity? Either way, their absences make me anxious. I'll have to look around for myself when I'm able. I went on a walk with Tavrick after late lunch. Even more importantly, I was cleared to ride a horse of my own. She's a complete sweetheart, even for a yearling. I can tell she'll grow into a wonderful mare. We were late to the dining hall, however. Gods, I hate how my body responds to instinct over reason even all these years later. The stomach drop, the cold sweat, the sudden panic, the obedience. All unnecessary. I know that. He's been long dead, yet the memory is fresh as if it was yesterday. I swear he haunts me more than AC does. They truly aren't very different from one another. Luckily, it seemed my panic wasn't out of place this time based on Tavrick's confusion over any true concern. It was better after seeing Percival and Luthien in the dining hall enjoying themselves, separated though they may be currently. I don't know what to do about either of them. About any of them, actually. Seems like no one has spoken to each other all this time. Even now, no one knows exactly where Ylvanna or TikTok are. If we're the group to demolish a 1700-year-old government, I believe us to be doomed if we can't even solve our own personal conflicts and keep track of our own friends. End of journal entries. 18th to 19th of Bloden. Night. Nyx's bedroom. Line.
You want me to read him too? Okay.
Yeah.
Raise it higher.
A male voice barks in a cool, even tone. The small girl's left hand shakes in effort as she lifts a weapon far too large for her an inch higher, and she then lets out a cry as a sheath cracks against her ankle, causing her eyes to water.
I did not say you could sacrifice your footing to do so.
The man scolds. Pale silver eyes set in angled features stare coldly down at the child in disappointment.
Again.
The girl adjusts her feet back into position nervously. Yes, but... She swallows hard, cutting herself off in correction. I mean, yes, sir. Her father nods in approval, footsteps echoing as he paces the carved stone room.
Yes. While we are down here, I am your mentor, not your father.
His hand settles on the side of the lamb across from the girl.
And whether down here or up above, you are your namesake, Nyx. Nothing. You are nothing greater without me. Do not forget that. I am doing all I can so your mother will be proud of you. You would like to make us to be proud, yes?
His voice is smooth and gentle as he speaks with a warmth that doesn't match his eyes. His form was blurry, warbling as if made from water. Nyx nods, grip tightening on her weapon. I do. Her father's eyebrow rises.
And what will make Lady Death proud, my void?
The lanterns in the room flickered weakly, as if the shadows themselves were lapping at the flames. With every flash of light across the room, the animal changed. A lamb, a wolf, a stag, a mountain lion, a moose, a bear cub, every single one with fear in its eyes. Fear of death, fear of her father, fear of her. Nyx swallows hard once more, pure black rapier now fitting perfectly in her hand in a blink, its weight suddenly light in comparison to her size now. Still, the woman's stomach churns. Her mouth regurgitates his taught mantra out as if by force. Sending souls to her, in whatever way we must. I am her reaper. I am a phantom. I will reap those who cheat the sovereign of what is rightfully hers. No other wants matter. No glory is greater. I am the weapon of death. The blood I shed is her blood, and so I shall not bleed. My weakness is her weakness, so I shall eliminate any weakness. Her father smiles wide, unnatural, and unnerving as his pale ashen skin begins to redden, blister, and boil as if burning from invisible flame.
That's right, Nyx. And you have so much weakness.
The man gurgles and staggers forward, grasping hard around Nyx's hand on her sword. The blade tip sank easily through cloth and into the mottled skin, even as Nyx attempted to pull away and out of the man's grip to no avail. His voice echoes on the stone as fire snuffed itself out, one by one, drenching the room in darkness save for the ghastly visage of a half-melted face.
Weakened by the shadows, by water, by your foul demon of a half-brother, by sentiment, by me. You were nothing. You were to be nothing. Empty, a vessel for me to pour into, and you still could not do that. You and your wretched weakness should have burned with me that day. Your failures killed me.
Nyx struggles as she feels heat and flame lap against her skin, yet no light enveloped the room beyond the man's ghostly glow. The darkness roiled and swirled around him, a pair of leering blue eyes looking at her in glee within it. I'm sorry. I didn't. Let me go. She yanks at her arm as it sinks further and further into her father's chest despite her protests, and his face melts and melds into Percival's until it was impossible to tell between the two.
You did this, Nyx.
The dying man screeches relentlessly.
Nyx! 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 Nyx.
Vaiks jerks as a voice in her mind jolts her awake, her entire body swinging to its feet and with a dagger in hand before her eyes can even focus properly on the room.
Calm yourself. It was merely a dream.
AC echoes in her mind soothingly. Vaiks scans the room as her eyes slowly focus, dazed and confused. The sensation in her dream lingers, and the stinging pain radiating from her now agitated, burned skin. Steadily, she relaxes, sitting against the edge of the bed as she sets the dagger back on her nightstand. Sweat coated her skin and plastered the hair to her face, as well as her shirt to her back.
Do you wish to talk about what you were screaming in your sleep?
AC asks gently. Vaiks could imagine the single, slightly raised eyebrow and intrigued curiosity that would have paired it if the soul still had a body to pilot. Vaiks shakes her head, then looks at the wall that connects her room to Percival's. No, I don't. I just want to check on my brother, and whatever the fuck is in him that's haunting my nightmares. She pushes herself to her feet, then pauses in realization as she reaches the doorway. You used my name. My real one.
I did. You did not wake from the other. Does the use bother you?
She's simply silent as she walks toward the other bedroom, but her thoughts are unable to hide her confliction.
And that was the nightmare she had before seeing Percival last session. Good morning, good evening, good day.
Whatever it may be. Welcome on in.
And now we resume with Vaiks and Luthien. After an interesting conversation with Brother Barrick. Luthien, are you ready?
Did Lovey scroll up?
Welcome in, players. This session will, unfortunately, not be easy.
But when is it ever?
I thought we were on vacation, man.
We're never on vacation.
Hey, Paladin, change your
D&D
clothes.
Vacation? No, we got kingdoms to save.
Bam,
All
do
right.
you have your microphone plugged in?
I do now.
Okay, perfect.
It was not beforehand.
Is stream sound better now?
You sound okay. You're audible.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys might want to have tissue on hand after this next scene.
I'm gonna have a homemade pizza in a minute, so I'm gonna have everything I need for emotional regulation.
Yeah, get your emotional support snacks, as well as other things.
Natsumi_dev was already warned to have her alcohol ready.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
All right. Ready when you are, Honor.
Honor, what After Vaiks' conversation with Brother Berrig, she simply moved to sit in front of one of the other statues.
Yes. How long does Vaiks wait? That was the only thing that we had not established.
Considering Luthien is recovering still and finally able to move around and assist with things, probably a couple of hours. Considering Vaiks got there before dawn.
Mm-hmm. Well before dawn.
Well before dawn.
So it's probably dawn.
Yeah, it would be at dawn.
I successfully lied to my brother last session. He thinks I'm in bed. That's not going to be a problem at all.
Oh no, it's fine.
Anyway, okay. So after about 2 hours, two and a half, we begin our scene. On the morning of day 6 of downtime. The temple is quiet as usual. Soft murmurs of prayer are the only noises beyond footfall from acolytes entering the morning for morning vigils, and the sweeps of brooms from apprentices to clear dirt and dust from foot traffic and incense. Sitting quietly and cross-legged on a rug in front of the stone visage of a beautiful and veiled woman with flowing hair and hand outstretched, a crescent moon held in the other, is a familiar changeling. Her arm remains in the sling from last they spoke, though nowhere near as bulky and restricted now. The marks on her neck and cheek are sections of pink like a fresh sunburn nearly healed. Her uninjured hand is wrapped around the dragon head pendant as her head bows in either meditation or prayer, or maybe even sleep, considering her stillness and silence.
Luthien had just woken up and made herself presentable for the morning. Her footsteps quiet and controlled as she makes her way to the bottom of the tower, ready to assist the acolytes in their chores and inquire more about the scroll of the sept. She paused, seeing the changeling sitting vigil in front of a statue of Eris. Never did she think Vaiks would step foot in here. She didn't want to disturb her, so she quietly began cleaning and dusting some of the other statues, her mind drifting to what she had remembered and discovered during her long vigil. Her hands moved automatically, mind filled with thoughts, worries, and quiet hope. The young Eladrin sending these to the gods, silently praying and asking for their guidance. She wasn't sure whether to take on the tasks of the Scroll of the Sept, but there had to be a reason it called to her.
Vaiks is still as she hears the familiar, almost discordant and erratic echo of a lyre flit about the temple, the sound communicating the young elf's uncertainty and anxiety beyond her body language. However, she does feel her closed eye twitch a bit in involuntary, sleepless agitation as she hears the girl orbit around her, but never approach. Eventually, she sighs and exhale, silvery lilac eyes darkened by lack of sleep sliding open to look sideways at the Eladrin tiptoeing around her with a dusting cloth. Good morning, Luthien.
Luthien jumps at the sudden greeting, getting pulled out of her thoughts, her movements pausing as she sets down her rag and looks to Vaiks. Good morning, Vaiks. I hope I didn't disturb your meditation, she states. Her features are still the cold calm that she has perfected over the years. She looked better rested than when they had last spoken a few days ago, but something would feel different, heavier almost. A few notes filling in the discordant melody, deepening the sound and making it appear a little more whole. Is there something you wanted to speak to me about?
You can't disturb something I wasn't doing. I was simply waiting for you to wake.
She then pats the empty space beside her on her left, tone kind of even, neutral.
If you want to speak as well, then feel free to sit.
Luthien sighs, seeming to glare at the cushion before she kneels. The motion looking practiced and a bit more elegant as she kneels and settles herself. I at least want to listen. I know our last conversation ended on a rocky note, and I apologize for upsetting you like I did. I shouldn't have provoked you as I did. She looks down at her hands, the sound of the lyre speeding up, notes colliding as Luthien seems to get stuck in a thought, her body still and unmoving besides the rise and fall of her breathing.
Vaiks watches Luthien as she settles beside her, an eyebrow rising at the choice to kneel over sit, but says nothing about it. She turns her gaze forward to stare tiredly at the stone woman ahead of her.
I appreciate your apology and owe you one of my own. My loss of composure was purely my own fault. A common one lately, it seems.
Luthien's eyes drift up to the statue as she waits for a moment before replying. You have nothing to apologize for, Vaiks. It is understandable given that we did touch on some difficult and painful topics. I will not hold it against you. I know how it is when emotions get out of hand. She takes a few moments to breathe, eyes flicking to Vaiks once more, taking in her expression.
Vaiks looks not entirely calm, but drained, as if whatever conclusion she had reached in regards to Luthien had left her just hollow, caved in. Still, there's this subtle warmth that slips in and out of her tone, regardless of that feeling.
I value your sympathy, though that's not why I came here. However, you seem to be considering something yourself from all your time here. Can I ask what that is?
Luthien takes a long moment, letting silence surround them for a little while, her eyes fixed on the statue, her body still. I found out who suppressed my memories and why. You were right at the resurrection site. I did get them killed. I was the one who failed the inspection. You and them paid that price. She looks down at her hands as if seeing blood on them from all of the harm that people have gone through on her behalf. A bittersweet smile drawing the corner of her lips up for just a moment. But it's all right. I'm still processing. I'd rather listen to what you wanted to speak on.
Vaiks looks at Luthien for the same extent of moment. Takes in all of her mannerisms and the kind of bitterness and familiar weight that Luthien carries. And then she sighs.
What I said at that site was a foolish and incorrect statement brought by irrationality and pain. You were never at fault for what happened. You were a child, and it was our responsibility to protect you. Neither of them regret that choice, Luthien.
There is a shake of Luthien's head, her eyes drifting up to the statue, the expression on her face oddly hollow. Not at that cost. If I could have changed things, I would have, but it appears fate doesn't work that way. Regardless, it's still blood on my hands, whether I was a child or not, and whether it was something I could have avoided or not. The fault lies with me and my abilities. She takes another breath, another beat of silence surrounding them. I had to go back and relive it all. Every memory, every experience, every time I woke up with ink-stained or blood-stained hands.
Vaiks is quiet, searching for what could possibly be the right words of comfort, but she would have no way of knowing. But tries anyway.
That's simply the guilt you have to carry as the price for surviving. But it was never your hand that killed them, only circumstance. If it wasn't your painting that day, it would have been something else. A missing document, an ink smudge on a forged seal, an incorrect censor.
Vaiks swallows hard in her own recollection.
They were already to be put to death the moment we were all taken in. There was too much stacked against them and myself in the eyes of the law. Nothing either of us did would have changed that. I tried. The only truly innocent one was you.
She shakes her head, then looks at Luthien in doubt-filled curiosity.
And what was the purpose of trudging through the memories of when you were barely able to do mathematics? I doubt it was for the fun and heartwarming skip down memory lane.
Luthien nods at Vaiks' statement, taking a deep breath before letting it out, her shoulders relaxing just a little. Vaiks was right. She knew that. She takes another few deep, very calming breaths before speaking. To break the magic holding my memories. Before this, I could scarcely remember anything from my childhood. Now I remember most of it. Ylvanna watching us after we almost burned down the kitchen and made a complete mess. Isildur reading us stories when he watched us. All the times we went to the hunting cabin with Arathorn. More importantly, the fact that I was painting in my sleep as a child and why I did so. She glanced from the statue to Vaiks for a moment, unsure of what she should share, about what Vaiks should or shouldn't know. Vaiks already knew the bulk of it, but after everything, after looking back, she felt more hesitant openly sharing information with anyone.
I see.
Vaiks' response is fairly neutral, more in contemplation than in judgment.
You mentioned discovering who was responsible and why you didn't remember. Would you like to share what each of those are? You have no obligation to, of course.
Luthien takes another few deep breaths, seeming to weigh pros and cons, risks and rewards in her head, silence stretching and surrounding them before she speaks once more. I would like to share. The problem is that it's risky. I don't want to put anyone in more danger. But it might explain some things. She bites her lip and picks at her nails for a few moments, finally visibly showing the anxiety that she's feeling. For she seems to make a decision and speaks. The exalted is the person who took away those memories. Anything associated with my somno painting ability she locked them away along with that ability because I'm an oracle like her. She once again looks to the statue, eyes flicking over the beautifully carved face. I'm not sure if you remember, but there were lots of nights where Mama and Papa had hushed arguments about what to do with me after they found out. They called Emery in to see if they could suppress the ability, but as we both know, the frequency of my nighttime activities only increased. The Exalted visited me in my cell, locked away the ability and my memories. But my ability returned about 5 years ago. I woke up with paintings and ink all over my hands. I was so scared and confused because despite that returning, the memories didn't.
Vaiks looks somewhat unsurprised by the culprit, but uncomfortable with the truth nonetheless, as if swallowing a bitter medicine. As Luthien requests her recollection, Vaiks nods, while also like silently bringing forward information in her own mind, but not wanting to interrupt. And she nods her head in understanding as she takes everything in. I can understand why you wouldn't want that information spread lightly. I can't tell you with certainty what I do and don't remember. Fortunately, it's still difficult to decipher what is real or not most days, but that is beside the point of our conversation. Why 5 years ago? Seems like an arbitrary date for an ability to return. Any theories, or do you already know?
Luthien shakes her head, taking a deep breath as she calms herself. I think it's just when the magic wore off. And I think that she's been waiting for a report from Tavrick to see when or if it has come back, either so she can suppress it again or do something worse. She shakes her head once more, letting out a small, bitter laugh. She said I was supposed to be the one to bear the pain of restoring what she stole, that the champions, that myself and the champions I am to accompany. But I think that her not knowing my ability has returned might play an advantage for us. She sighs again, chewing on the inside of her cheek as she weighs more pros and cons. It's funny how we're all caught up in the battle between a mortal that wants to be a god and the gods themselves, all because this one oracle saw something in the stars and decided that the gods needed to die.
I failed to see the humor. Like, admits with like a tiny wry little smile, and then stares up at Eris blankly. For better or worse, I wouldn't exist if not for the exalted swaying of the world order.
Luthien's eyes continue to stay on the beautiful face of Eris as she lets out another small, bitter laugh. Funny in a cruel kind of way. Sometimes things are so ridiculous feeling and overwhelming that you just have to laugh at it. Otherwise, you'll cry, or worse. I don't think either of us would exist as we are without the Exalted. It's just a pain having to clean up someone's mess. With that, she sighs, taking another very calming, deep breath. I talked to Emery, and I wanted to let you know that I'm sorry if I hurt you, taking a neutral stance in things. I try to be objective when I can be, and to not let my opinions sway the opinions of others. But what they did to you was wrong and cruel, no matter what their reasoning or justification was. And I'm sorry that I wasn't clear, that I thought that, despite wanting their side of the story.
Vaiks, at the mention of just Emery's name, tenses. And as Luthien speaks, she turns her head away from Luthien. And she's quiet for what feels like ages.
Thank you.
Her breath kind of shudders in her chest as she inhales deeply, shoulders shaking in turn. When she finally turns back, she's somehow found composure of some sort. Face, not even but calm.
And I'm sorry as well. For everything. I took choices from you just because you were a child when I had no right to. And even till now, spent my time treating you as if you were someone else.
Luthien stays quiet, just watching and waiting, her face calm and her eyes observant. You did what you thought was right, and what you thought you had to. It's understandable that the way we've been treating one another is different. We are no longer children after all, and many years have passed since we last saw one another. She bites her lip for a moment, seeming to weigh something else in her mind. Despite all of that, I still see you as a sister and a friend, even if I'm not blood related to you. But I understand if that feels awkward given what you've been through, and I'm happy with whatever relationship you're comfortable with. Either way, we will need to get to know one another again, and not live in the past of who we once were.
Vaiks turns her gaze downward as she considers Luthien's words. Her hands are still clenched hard into a fist.
I would like to be allies. And if you allow it, friends. My perception of family is, well, a little warped at present. I hope you don't fault me for not maintaining that level of closeness in the same way again.
Luthien nods, giving Vaiks a small smile. Of course, friends it is. She once again sighs as she looks up to the statue once more. You seem to have a lot on your mind. If you want, I can be an ear to listen. I know that a lot has gone on recently, between you getting your memories back, finding out you and Percy are siblings, Emery, all of that.
She shakes her head, almost like woefully.
None of my own foremost troubles can be solved by anyone but the Sovereign and the dead, unfortunately. However, I did come here with a purpose and something I'd like to discuss, if you're open to it. It's related to your parents.
At the mention of her parents, Luthien pauses, noticeably going still again. She takes a few deep breaths, her eyes closing as she seems to need a second to put herself in the right headspace to even begin addressing that topic. Okay, what are you wanting to discuss about them? She asks, her biting her lip a little as if she is nervous, but doing her best to keep her emotions under control and not let it affect her.
I
She is... The second she is given a, opening that Luthien is in the space to receive the information, she seems to, blurt out the information.
I will confirm that I do have your parents' souls in my possession and on my person.
She fidgets, quickly continuing when she realizes the poor delivery.
Anyway, you were never given the option of funeral rites for them, so I thought it best to give you a chance to say proper goodbyes. I intend to take them to my mother to allow them to pass on peacefully, once you're ready. It does not need to be today, or even this week, just before we've left this place.
Luthien takes another breath, her eyes still closed as she processes this information, hands picking at her nails and her dress once more. I want to ask, do they help you? Does having them in your care let them help you? She's not quite sure how the whole soul coin thing worked. If they help, I know that they would want to continue helping you and I, or at least they would like the option. While I would like to let them rest, I'm not sure that now feels like the right time. We haven't completed their dream and their goals.
Vaiks shifts a little uncomfortable. Could I have an insight check from Luthien?
What is my insight as Luthien? One moment. That would be 17.
She seems to skirt. She seems to look like she's trying to skirt around something.
They can help, that is, but it's limited, in my experience with other souls. I can only ask a certain number of questions before I have to wait 7 to 10 days to do so again. Their knowledge is usually limited to what they knew in death, and I'm uncertain how aware they are of the outside world. With the risk we're taking, I don't know if all of us will survive to the end of this. If something were to happen to me before I can return them here, or we keep them and they're somehow destroyed, their souls are forfeit to the regrets they carry, unable to pass on.
She seems to struggle as she's speaking to find quite the right words. Or at least the appropriate ones.
When souls die violently, or with intense regrets, they tend to linger. Those are the spirits I see, mostly. When a person passes, I can see if their soul would refuse to pass to the next life, and make a token of it to carry.
Then we ask if they want to take the risk and help, or if they want to pass on and rest. Luthien asks, her eyes finally flicking to Vaiks as they open, grief and sadness at the forefront of them, though it wasn't quite as potent as before. I think we owe that much respect to them, to give them a choice of their fate. I just want to make sure that we are doing right by them. I'm sure they're proud of both of us. She tells Vaiks, gulping as she takes another deep and calming breath. She knew she wanted them to rest peacefully, but were her parents ready? That is what she was unsure of.
Well, in this rare case, the dead do tell tales. For myself, at the very least. So, yes, we can ask. Since the questions have to be asked all at once, would you like to think on the others you may have for each of them? It's similar to the spell TikTok used, limited to 5 per being.
Her tone attempted to be lighthearted to mask the macabre topic they're discussing, but she was very unsure how successful this was. However, she does reach into her bag, pulling from it a worn but well-polished moss agate wedding ring, held in a small felted jewelry box, and a well-cleaned and used griffin feather ink quill in its accompanying inkwell, stained from years of ink refilled into the container, in its own flat wooden box stained dark red. Both have been well cared for, and seemingly, or at least based off Luthien's experience with the creation of AC's token, these containers have been crafted for them. Here.
Luthien blinks as she takes the ring and opens the box. Her hand gently taking it, picking it up, still seeing a few colors of paint stuck in the crevices. A sad smile on her face as she puts the ring back in the box and takes out the feathered quill and inkwell, fingers brushing along the surface of the feather and the smooth, cool sensation of the glass. There, in these, a tear finally makes its way out of her eye, rolling down her cheek as she asks the question, remembering just how much her parents had treasured these items and how much they represented each of them.
Vaiks nods. Souls take the form of something that embodied them in life, if able. You weren't an option, so I'm certain they chose the next best things.
Luthien couldn't help but laugh a little, a smile on her face. Well, these do symbolize their work at least. Mama's jewelry and Papa's lore keeping. She takes a breath, smiling at Vaiks. Would you still like to hold on to these until you go to your mother? She asks, putting the quill and inkwell back in its case before offering both of them to Vaiks.
Vaiks shakes her head, making no move to take them back, and in fact holding up her left hand in a halting gesture.
They're your parents, Luthien. I've carried them plenty toward their final destination so far. When the time comes to see them off, if that is their wish, then you should be present.
Luthien nods, pulling them close to her chest, giving a small smile to Vaiks. Thank you. Thank you for doing this and for coming to speak with me about all of this and letting me confide in you. She takes a small moment to think. If you see Tavrick before I do, can you suggest him coming to speak to Brother Berrig? I think he may get some good insight talking to a previous champion of his god. Maybe it will help his mind put his mind at ease.
Brother Berrig said the exact same thing prior to you waking. I suppose I'll have to deliver the message twice over when I get the chance, though I won't say who they're from.
She's quiet for a moment, as if uncertain on whether to bring up the topic, whether it's her right to, but chooses to speak anyway.
You know, you will have to speak with him properly eventually. It'd be best to do so now, or sooner over later.
Luthien nods, taking a breath. I want him to have some space and time to think. I don't want to push him or make him feel like he has to be best buddies with me or anything. Plus, he's been less than receptive every time I've tried to in the past, but that may be because I kind of suck at apologies still. Regardless, I'll speak to him when I have a chance.
Whether he's fully receptive or not, it will be best to be honest with him while you can. It won't be an easy conversation, but the necessary ones are never easy. I can try to coax him into at least hearing you out, as the wound isn't quite as fresh anymore. But it is not his responsibility to seek you for his forgiveness. That lies solely with you.
Luthien nods, letting out a sigh. I know. I am planning on seeking out his forgiveness. I just didn't want to push it while the wound was still fresh. I'll go and seek him out today if I have time, if not tomorrow. There are things I must do here, but it would be better to get it over with before Emery has me do something like hold vigil for 3 days straight again.
Vaiks visibly shudders at the thought.
Yes, I definitely recommend it.
Her gaze then flicks over to Luthien before darting away, kind of nervously.
What is your plan with Emery? I'm presuming you have one by this point?
Luthien lets out a small huff of a laugh before she looks down. For now, learn what I can from them, get myself into a good position to be able to get information and position us at the places we'll need to be so that we can go to the other domains, get more support, start kicking things off in order to overthrow the Exalted. But for now, I need to hone my skills and get myself sorted.
Vaiks stares at Luthien for a long moment, blinking slowly, before she finally speaks.
Please tell me you are workshopping something far less generic.
Luthien laughs, a grin on her face as she fully relaxes. Yes, it's going to be less generic than that. But for right now, a lot of it is still being workshopped, so I don't have a ton of concrete specifics. Just trust me, there is going to be a plan. Some of the talks were delayed because I spent 3 days in vigil going through my memories and breaking down what was hidden from me, then sleeping because I was up for 3 days straight.
Vaiks breathes a slow sigh of relief.
All right, good. Not the lack of sleep, but the specifications to your ideas. If you need any specific information I can supply, inform me. I'll do what I can.
Ideas are always helpful. You and Emery were the closest to AC, and we both know the Exalted essentially kept him as a pet. The more information we have, the better. Luthien tells Vaiks, her face growing serious. If we want to get a revolution going, we have to go at it from the top and the bottom. Some of us focusing on the common people and others getting the upper echelon under their thumb. Trade routes, information routes. It's a lot of setup and structure.
Vaiks hums a bit in thought, an almost knowing expression of, like, yeah, definitely we're having to do all that.
You're basing this under the assumption that we're starting from nothing, but that isn't the case. The stones have been paved for over hundreds of years in different ways towards this goal. The structure is already there. It's simply now lacking direction after so many losses.
She speaks as if she's recollecting on something both painful and treasured, and then shakes her head, clearing the thought away.
But never mind that for now. Just focus on getting your mind in the right place and reconciling with the others. We can discuss everything else when the time comes and all are ready to hear it.
I will go and speak to them as soon as I can, then hopefully we can get everything squared away and a path laid out, or multiple paths laid out. She takes another breath, then nods, as if confirming that that is what she will do, giving Vaiks a small smile. I need to speak with the acolytes. Can you tell me where I might find Percy and Tavrick during the afternoons?
Vaiks thinks to herself for a moment, considering what she knew of their schedules so far.
By afternoon, Percival will have returned to the alchemy lab with Ari to the east. Tavrick should either be working with Zook at the forge after eating, or assisting Mindu in the stables. He seems to alternate between the two. I could not tell you which.
Luthien nods, committing this information to memory before taking another breath. I'll try to catch Percy before noon, and I'll see if I can catch Tavrick when he isn't too busy. Thank you again, Vaiks. She almost whispers, her hand reaching out to gently touch Vaiks' good one. I'll see you at dinner. And with that, the elf stood, a little wobbly, as she makes her way up the stairs of the temple once more.
Vaiks nods once in confirmation.
Mm-hmm. See you there.
Would you like to insight that?
Yes. That is at 25, so, what you
There is no
hiding?
certainty. There is no certainty in that statement. Maybe you might see me. There is. Vaiks has doubts in her own being of there at dinner. Like,
I'll see you there.
And with that, God, Vaiks is going to stand and look for a little boy.
And that is where we're going to take a quick break.
Okay. See you soon.
See you soon, chat.
telling people
I know what
I'm
I
dead.
said. Quit telling people I'm dead.
Hi. Welcome back.
Hi.
Up.
Welcome back. Alright, I'm changing scenes. Luckily, none of that was recorded. So it would have been great in some ways. Whew.
I'm glad we're a good podcast for you to listen to. Yes, time for emotional damage.
On second thought, I don't want to be here anymore.
I'm gonna just shush. I'm just gonna quiet Coyote now. It's TikTok's turn.
No, actually.
I told you the script.
Wait, no.
I gave him the directive. Vibes, as we return. You are exiting the temple, and you are searching for a boy.
Yes, swap boy.
Who are you searching for?
Silas. No relation to lads.
no relation.
I was about to say.
lads. No relation to lads. He is, because the sun is beginning to rise with dawn, out running amongst the houses, actually. Not far. You wouldn't have to go far. Which direction are you going to go first? From
the temple. Okay.
where the fuck is your token? Hold on.
I don't know. Everywhere, all the time.
Find the token.
No, I found it. It's fine. I found it. Give it a second. It'll get there.
I'm flying. Wow.
Babe, did you swap scenes?
Yeah.
Okay. Twitch must be
Did you do it
super slow
again?
today.
Refresh your page.
Well, it's just now swapping scenes. So it's like a full minute, I guess, behind for me. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So we have some the gnarly Twitch lag. Okay, noted.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I swapped scenes. All right, there you are. There's your token. Right there.
Thank you. So I have a 50-50. Oh, I love that. Where does he normally live? Do I know that information?
Am I lagging or are you lagging?
Oh god.
There you go. You smoothed out. Okay. Are you no longer TikTok's cousin?
I guess not.
Okay. There you
go. There we go. All good? What has up?
Well, you know that his mother is intimate with Dee Dee.
Okay, but so do I know where he lives? Wait a minute.
Probably close to Dee Dee's house.
Honor, that's not how kids work. Sorry, I had to think. I had to think about it for a second. I was like, wait a minute. I don't think I have. Do I know you? Are you a new development in my life? Are you a new stepbrother? Gods, I can't take anymore. All right, yeah, we're gonna go south, back towards Dee Dee's a little bit. We're gonna take a wide berth though, just in case, because we gotta, and see if we can find Silas's house.
Well, you don't have to go far, because once you pass the big tree, you can see him out throwing seed at chickens. Not at them, but like on the ground around them. I had to specify, god damn it.
Nice yeeting them at chickens.
What if he was throwing them at the chickens, though, in the way kids throw things?
He would be sassing one of the girls, because he loves these chickens. They are his friends.
Okay. Noted. All right.
In fact, when you walk up, you can hear him muttering to the chickens about sharing and not trying to keep everything for themselves, the same way that I do to my cats. And that Bertha has seed over there, and you need to eat yours here in front of you instead of trying to take Bertha's seed.
Yeah, Vaiks will like tiptoe around the like scattered seed to try and like avoid as much as she can, and like try and maneuver around the chickens to not bother them. as she walks up to Silas.
Oh, good morning. Vaiks? Nix? Vaiks? I don't remember what to call you. I'm going to be completely honest.
Either is fine. Whatever you wish. Are you... Beyond this, are you busy?
No?
Would you like to be?
He sort of narrows his eyes at you. Little white curls. Touching his brows and he's... Maybe. What do I get out of it?
What do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want?
What would you want?
You're gonna do my homework while you're still here. And I want 3 dozen cookies.
Vaiks leans her head back in a sigh as she considers the offer.
I will assist you with your homework so you don't fail after I leave. And you can have 3.5 dozen cookies.
Deal! He offers his hand to you after uncrossing them.
She will offer hers.
So what am I
It is a
doing to be
deal.
busy now?
I need to be sailed across the sea.
Oh.
Without our guardians knowing.
Oh, so we have to be sneaky?
Yes.
And he just looks at the satchel in his hand of birdseed, looks at the birds, the chickens, looks at you, looks at the chickens, starts throwing the seed everywhere very quickly, tosses the bag at the steps next to the chickens, says, okay, let's go.
And they will hustle.
So the two of
She
them.
will ask on her way there of,
Do you know where Allura is right now? Or your mother, I should say.
Well, in the morning, she's usually helping prepare for the classes, and then in the afternoon, she helps Dee Dee with making sure that the stock is good, counted. I don't quite remember what all they do. And
Yeah.
Mama's usually out in the forest tending to the herbs.
Fantastic. If anyone asks why you didn't go to school today, I was tutoring you.
Okay.
as they're like jogging along.
This child is clearly easily placated for anything that is different than the norm.
The cool cousin said, "Let's play hooky," and he went, "Yeah, let's go."
Ylvanna.
Yo.
It has been days, and the warmth of the sun is hitting your back while you are continuing to cycle through a series of thoughts and visions and memories, having been in trance for days. And as the sun strikes the back of your head, a tingle of concern pulls you from this trance.
Ylvanna. I don't want to hear about this. The question is, where am I?
You are fucked off into the forest. You guys literally got to the gate, and then you opted to go west. You passed the bar and the bowery into... Yeah, you're way the fuck over here. Just in the forest.
Where?
Top left.
Top
Top left of the... Yeah, very top left.
Okay, there I am.
That's
Just
because
lost
I didn't want to have to make a bigger map, but you're out here somewhere.
Okay, I'm just out here.
Mhm.
Okay. At
I'd say
the feeling.
about a 20 minutes walk north of Coronador.
Okay. All right. At the feeling of this tingle, Ylvanna's eyes just burst open. They're like wide awake. And I guess she'd be and she just sits up, wincing because she hasn't really moved in days, but she doesn't know that. She really does not know that. She doesn't know how much time has passed. And she looks toward
towards the east.
She would know where the tingling feeling is coming from.
Towards the east.
And she just looks off towards the east. And you know what? Yeah, without even just thinking, she's just struggling to get herself back up. Her muscles are stiff. Her body is just not really working at the moment because, you know, she just came back from dying. This isn't really body she's used to, but she's working with it, and she's been lying down for almost a week. So she's just trying her best to get where that tingling feeling is.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Which is going to take her.
And she is just
east?
hobbling.
Hobbling east.
Yes.
Well, given the drive, given the sensations, given the experience of everything that has happened thus far, I'd say about maybe 3 minutes after Vaiks and Silas break onto the shoreline, standing at the beach, Ylvanna will hobble out of the forest. And, Honor, will you describe for Natsumi what Ylvanna sees? Is Vaiks,
what?
pacing on the shore while Silas gets the boat ready?
Yes. So as Ylvanna breaks through this tree line and through the bushes, and her feet hit sand, she will look up and see across the shoreline the same Furbolg, right? Little Furbolg boy?
Correct.
Or Satyr?
He's
Okay.
He's a Furbolg.
Okay. The little Furbolg boy they met days ago. I don't know if Ylvanna technically ever caught the name of him, but was Allura's child. That was confirmed.
I knew him before you guys did.
He's Willow's child.
Yeah.
Oh, Willow's. Okay, excuse me. Thank you for the correction.
I met him first.
Hey, I don't know what you know.
Yeah.
In your noodle.
It has been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute.
I was not there when you got teleported here, just saying. I was there after being antagonistic. Anyway, regardless, she would see a not elf in simple clothes, and a sling, just pacing back and forth. Her hair is white and gold, and as she turns around, or spins on her heel to go the opposite direction, there is a familiarity to her facial features, in two different ways. As Ylvanna would see the same lilac eyes that Nyx had as a child, with the face of Luthien's mom.
And the expression. What is
she's chewing on her thumb, like, come on, it's just a boat. It's just a boat. Silas is like, we can do this, right? And she's like, it's just a boat. She's like trying to like visibly is attempting to psych herself up to get on said boat that is being prepared.
As Ylvanna goes to speak, she just ends up violently coughing.
Like,
this bitch dehydrated.
Mike's head will snap over to the sound. What does Vaiks see?
Yeah, Ylvanna, what does Vaiks see?
Woodland gremlin.
You are a woodland gremlin right now. You've been asleep.
Yeah, I am. You see Ylvanna hunched over. Oh, she would still be wrapped up in a cloak, wouldn't she?
Oh gosh, she's like, yeah, basically naked if she never put clothes on.
Like,
No, we retconned that actually. We stated that after the fact, while the rest of you were fighting, that things were given to her, and that she was dressed and given her things back. She's good.
Good.
So,
good. Thank goodness.
Ylvanna is in this the same clothes that you last saw her in.
They're grungy and dirty
but they're literally covered in vines and leaves. Hair is a mess. Kind of give a hobo forest ranger type vibe.
Vaiks stares at Ylvanna, takes in her disheveled nature and obviously chapped and cracked lips and vaguely emaciated form from not consuming or drinking anything for who knows how long.
Almost a week.
Since you saw her.
She takes in a deep breath. God, I'm gonna roll for mom.
Roll for mom.
Oh my god, so it's an 18?
Yeah, you feel mom. You feel mom.
Okay.
Roll for mom.
Yep. Okay. She will at first be kind of shocked and be like, hi. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
That's right. She hasn't used her voice in days. I'm so sorry. I was unprepared.
That's fine.
Silas just looks up from the boat and says, "What's wrong with you?"
I really want to say a lot here, but it's true. A lot has happened.
Silas picks up a skein of water from the boat and offers it to Vaiks because he can see that she's about to start going in that direction.
Yeah. She'll snatch the water and jog on over and pass the water skin to Ylvanna. Just drink slow. Little sips.
At the drink slow, she just chugs.
No, you will throw up later. That is my warning to you.
That feels so much better.
Now, Ylvanna.
She kind of leans over to look Ylvanna in the eyes.
Yes.
Where have you been?
You'll go stiff. Something in the back of her head senses danger.
No.
I better answer this question.
No letter. Where have you been?
You see, and she's side-eyeing, looking for any sort of help. It's You know the
you can.
situation.
She will then remove her arm from its sling,
Oh.
Gesture over to the boat and say, "You can tell me on the ride there."
Well, I'm just heading that direction anyway. Might as well hitch a ride. Back.
she
She
will help
she-
Ylvanna over to. I'm 100%. 100%. She is not completely starved or completely dehydrated. 100%. The random animals of the forest have been like delivering like fucking random ass water droplets and like nectar and other things. Like,
Yep, she is the
to this
child
unconscious-
of the goddess of nature, so she
Like,
is blessed. Blessed.
So, yeah. But yes, fun fact, you do die of dehydration after 3 days and generally starvation after 7.
Yes.
Generally. But Ylvanna is built different.
That's how
I'm
I'm
a
putting it. Yep,
demigod.
I'm just built different.
I'm a demigod.
Yeah, you get to be built different.
Telling us
And
to be a
Vaiks
demigod right
will,
here.
Vaiks will assist Ylvanna to this boat. Assist or drag,
Yeah.
whichever you prefer. At least not by the ear.
Yeah. Ylvanna is tense. She knows what is waiting.
Kind
She is
of.
scared.
She
is
also
smart.
has unfortunately a sense of foreboding separate from that. Does she communicate that to Vaiks?
Yes. I was gonna wait until there was we were on the boat further out, and if Honor wanted to re-ask the question.
Yeah, once you guys get on the boat, Silas is just sort of quietly attending to the boat, awkwardly, just like, I'm not gonna get involved in whatever is happening here. I
When
know
your parents
better.
yell at you at the sleepover.
Yeah, precisely. So Silas is just gonna be focused on the magic from the back of the boat.
Vaiks is silent and patient, waiting for Ylvanna the entire time.
Oh. Weather this fine. Afternoon?
It's dawn.
Yes, dawn. Mm-hmm. I'm not getting out of this one, am I?
No.
Oh, well, I tried,
So,
didn't I?
what brings you here?
To be frank, I don't really know myself.
You could try.
Well, can I just ask a quick question before I answer yours? I know it's not trying to avoid anything, but I just need to know this. What day is it?
Oh,
It is. What day is it? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because I had to ask the same thing yesterday. Ylvanna, it is the 18th of Bloden.
Oh.
Silas chimes in. What's up, Loden?
We'll have that lesson later. It's a unit of measurement for time, Silas.
Oh.
It's a system distinguished for people. Kind of, we have a similar-ish one, but because time flows differently, it's a little more obtuse.
Okay.
Wait.
It's the measure of time outside of here.
Oh, okay.
When did we get back?
When did we get back? It's been 6 days, Ylvanna.
Oh.
7 if you count when I passed out in the grass.
Oh. Fuck.
And you died.
So
So it's been It's been a moment, not quite a week, but very close, that you have been missing.
Have I really been gone that long?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I can see now that I've earned your ear by that.
It's quite all right. TikTok has also been gone that long.
Wait, TikTok?
Yes, TikTok.
What do you mean? He's been...
I mean, he disappeared when you did.
And
has
no one
been,
knows.
well, according to common consensus, he has been with my mother.
Your mother.
Do you want to insight
But
that?
we've... No, yeah, I'll inside it. Fuck, where's my... Where's my sheet? It's been a hot minute since this bitch has been on fucking
You're good. You're good.
It's been years.
If you are clicked on your token or logged in, you can hit C and it'll pull it up.
Okay, sweet.
Rather than fighting to find anything.
Yes, insight. Oh, my dice. Oh, I've missed you. Insight. That is an 18.
To say the very least, Vaiks is not happy with this fact.
No, I am also very
Which
much
when she
happy with this
when
fact.
she says he is with my mother, she is one, very much referring to Rowan, and two, very unhappy with that statement.
And your mother. The mother, and like Ylvanna's just
Yeah.
stumbling.
Yes. Yeah, that one. The you mean death? Yes.
Death.
Death, yes. Yeah, you could say it. Yes, he is with death. Doing something. No one has checked upon him, apparently. So I am here.
What? What? You just see smoke coming out of Ylvanna's head. the smoke.
Yeah,
Great.
as the gears are just winding.
The gears are turning and the the emotions are flowing.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, because right now I think it'll be better if I just do things over a bit. Please, go ahead.
I strongly assume and hope that it is a case where they are placing far more faith in my mother than I am. But considering the way she has raised two beings thus far, I have no faith in her caretaking abilities.
I'm with you on that one. I am very much with you on that one. Apologies, I'm just trying to, calm myself down over the fact that I have been gone for nearly a week.
Silas
And
chimes in again as well and says, "Isn't that the little mechanical dude that you're looking for?"
Yes.
Yes, that
one. Oh yeah, he did go there that first day.
Wait.
And Alora only came the day after to do her usual weekly cleaning, and she doesn't go in until the next week after.
Wait, what?
Mike takes another close-eyed, slow breath. She is tense.
She is on edge. She like flinches at the splash of water up the boat, and she is like.
He's windmilling while saying this, by the way, because he's alternating which arms are used for the spell to move the boat in the water.
Windmilling has. You could have used such a better word.
No, it's accurate though. It's literally like his little arms go in a windmill.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
This is
also, Vaiks looks just as sleep deprived as Ylvanna. Looks tired. Looks emaciated at this point. Like neither of them look great.
Yep. They look rough. So
we're both stressing about this little robot.
After
that, no one fucking look for.
And we are going to allow them to stew for the rest of their journey.
Yeah, they're gonna stew in silence.
Well,
as they
didn't even answer the question. There was a tangent. Didn't even answer the question.
Is that the one you were looking for? Silence. Yeah, he didn't come back. Allura hasn't been there for like almost a week too. Wow. And they'll disassociate into the center of the boat.
I'm gonna burn this fucking island to the ground. All of it. God. Fucking burned.
Alright. Quiet Coyote from me and Ylvanna.
You may face cam, Breb. You may do the Breb cam because
I'm gonna burn this forest down for my little robo guy, I swear to God.
Oh my gosh. TikTok.
Hello.
Hello, friend.
It is I, TikTok, and I am here to give you, well, this is going to be something. So bear with me. This is the longest thing I've ever written, but hey, I have 6 days to make up for. TikTok's metallic voice rises, trembling slightly with excitement at the prospect of being introduced into this new scene. Finally, I'll show them what I'm meant to be! He spins a feather duster in the center of the hall. Small white puffs of cloud and shimmering water swirling around him. Translucent magic drifts in gentle spirals in the air. His frame is grimy, metal chipped, and wires sticking out. He doesn't notice. They won't believe their eyes when I bring them to their knees! His chest plate is dented. One joint squeaks with every movement. A tiny stream of oil or liquid grime drips onto the floor, only to be quickly absorbed by a passing cloud like a dutiful pet or some very active Roomba. He doesn't notice. To worship me! TikTok twirls in place, feather duster raised high, eyes focus on a stubborn cobweb hanging 40 feet up in the air. A section of wiring sparks along his shoulder. It's showing clearly signs of overuse, stress, and strain. He doesn't notice. Brighter! TikTok stretches out his arms as if conducting the tower itself like a grand orchestra. Magical runes flare to life along the walls, reflecting off every polished surface. The brilliance is blinding to the mortal eye. Polished floors, gleaming banisters, runes shining like a freshly waxed sigil. The rooms in this tower is indeed, chat, brighter. Now keep in mind, this tower is only maintained once and swirling through the air like sudsy cherubs at a holy car wash. Soap elementals. Dozens of them. Chat, when I say dozens, I'm saying dozens. They're squishy, they're bubbly, they're revenant. They slide across the marble, polishing as they go, squeaking in proud little wubby noises. And in the middle of this sussy celestial choir, like the god of cleanliness himself, TikTok throws out his arms. Ahem! 'Tis I, TikTok, Archmage of Appliance, Sorcerer of Sanitation, and the Titan of Tidiness. He stands atop a stack of books like a conquering hero, surveying the land of cleanliness before him. Feather duster held aloft like a divine artifact. Truly a sight of a holy divination. Except, up close, he looks like shit. His plating is scuffed, his joints grind, a back panel hangs open, there's a dent in his head that definitely wasn't there a week ago. His one eye flickers when he processes things a little too hard, and cracks crawl up his left arm from an empty gemstone socket. Silent, ominous, and definitely showing signs of spreading. None of this is intentional, chat. TikTok has just simply been too busy. He's been too busy to care about anything else but to learn and to be more helpful. Surrounding him are stacks of tomes of different varieties, ancient grimoires of powerful magic, grips of holy arcane, abyssal lore, and artifacts of angelous wonder. Crawled and spread out across a nearby table is notes in his neat but slightly becoming more chaotic handwriting. Teleportation runes and arcane knowledge resides here. None that can be seem accessible to the outside. Percival might find this interesting for his business. Realms of Hales and the Fae and many others, along with accessible roots. Noted for Luthien, they were indeed heavily interested in this topic. Necrotic abilities similar to Vaiks. I must study more. Perhaps I will be able to assist them in casting. Or at the very least, we could be badasses side by side. Powers of illusion and deception. Ylvanna would definitely enjoy these. We could have so many fun opportunities pranking Tavrick. And speaking of Tavrick, time and foresight spells? He definitely enjoyed that acceleration spell I cast earlier on him. Perhaps I can expand. Perhaps I will even make him go faster. At the scribble at the bottom of each page is just one phrase. Why not miss everyone? It's feeling weird. He flips another page and freezes. A sensation hits him, cold, metallic, stomach dropping if he had a stomach, but of course he doesn't, so just picture that sound effect. TikTok checks his internal clock under a panel on his wrist. It spins, resets, spins again. He tilts his head in confusion, like a little lost puppy that is trying to understand that no, he doesn't get a treat. Because he's only been in this tower for a few hours, right? But outside, 6 days have passed. TikTok's voice cracks under realization. If he could. Oh. His gears stutter slightly more. A finger or two twitches involuntarily. Could be just due to grime on his processing units. He looks around the spotless tower. The tower that is echoing with silence but brimming with brilliance. 6 days. He waits. for footsteps, for Tavrick's booming laughter to come down around the corner, for Percival's chaotic rambling as he's going through books upon books, for Vaiks' sarcastic groaning at the impatience of it all, for Ylvanna's panic yelling as she's trying to keep everything in, and for Luthien's gentle reassurance, for anything. But there's only the bubbling of multiple soap elementals and the soft hum of a forgotten clock. No one came to get me. A whisper, realization, a small fracture appears on his arm. His inner gemstone, the one that powers him, that gives him, well, the ability to live, flickers. Like a heartbeat that seems to just be taking a beat. He presses both hands over it instinctively. It's okay. I simply must learn more. I will aid him better. I must aid him better. I must. Another flicker, another stutter. Why does this feel bad? Why does this feel? He cannot cry, but there is definitely moisture in the air from all the suds. And the light inside him dims. Slowly hesitating, he sets his feather duster on a nearby table. Next to a sword, black as the void, and a tome carved with abyssal sigils radiating faint, hungry light. A chair beside the table holds a stack of books, each with a scribbled note poking out. Proper animal handling and inspiring techniques. For Tavrick! It has section on horses, Tavrick! Maybe this will help you feel better. I know trouble does. Then Thompson, Wondrous Guide to Trees. For Ylvanna! There are some big, tall trees listed. Hopefully we don't wake up inside of one, but at least we know that they exist. Gazing through the crystal eyes. For Luthien! Color theory and drawing? You usually look your calmest when you talk about art with me, so hopefully this will help. TikTok touches the books gently. Hopefully, this time, I can be of more assistance to them. Hopefully this time, no one has to die. No one gets fighting each other. Hopefully I can actually do something. The light in his gemstone flickers once more, flickering off the tower, brilliantly lit up floors, the runes, the sigils on the walls, the candles. Not a drop of grime, dust, mold, and cobwebs could be found. The tower glows brightly today. TikTok does not.
As the light in his gemstone flickers out, and Ylvanna, Vaiks, and Silas break shore on the island of the Shadow Wild. Ylvanna,
Yes.
the sensation is unnerving. Something is wrong.
But Ylvanna will just shiver. Like, she is uncomfortable. She's shifting around. Yeah, no, she feels it. She feels something's up.
Vaiks will help Ylvanna out of the boat and then look at Silas and say,
Wait for us. We'll be back soon.
Aye, aye, Captain. He salutes.
And she will assist Ylvanna across the fields towards the center like glyph, I guess I would say.
The ritual circle. Yeah.
Yes. Question, God. I don't think either of us have weapons, do we?
No. You did not bring any.
Wonderful. Might I investigate for sharp rock?
I would actually like you to make either an insight check or a religion check based off of your conversation mere hours ago with Brother Barrick.
Okay. You said insight or religion?
Mm-hmm.
You won't believe this, but 22?
You will recall the words, "You need but ask."
Okay. Vaiks will pull Ylvanna into the center with her. The guy from before,
Okay.
right?
He is not there. He is not visible.
A little easier on the semi-fragile being, please.
Noted. She will take a deep breath and place her hand upon the center triangle, feeling the hum of magic, and speak in Abyssal. Ylvanna would understand these words.
As above and so below, I humbly beseech the Sovereign of Shadow. Take thy presence of life, of breath, and open thy doors to the domain of death.
And you hear the stone shift. Opening the door to the path that you had entered before.
And Vaiks will stand and gesture her head to bring Ylvanna forward. In like a let's go gesture.
Ylvanna will nod and limp towards the entrance.
The door is open when you reach the base of the stairs. And the space beyond it, even the hall that you are in, is well lit and shining bright, clean, spotless as you approach.
I do not feel this is part of Alora's weekly maintenance.
I must agree with you there.
Nix will walk up to the desk and knock on it, and then call out, TikTok? TikTok, are you on this level?
He does not answer.
I'm trying not to be a smartass right now.
Wrong side. Ignore me. I'll put him in it.
She will peek over into the alcoves because she does know that if he's reading, he does get, like, a little sucked into what he's doing.
Ylvanna's just walking around using the desk. Here.
TikTok?
She just
He does not
TikTok.
answer. He's not in the first alcove.
Well, there's only 6 more floors with books on them, so...
Right.
She will try the door. She will also note that the golems are back in place.
It is open. The door beyond that is also open.
Ylvanna, Vaiks will wait for Ylvanna at the at the start of the bridge.
Someone do me a favor.
Oh, can you not? Is not wanting to move you?
It was letting me do it earlier.
I don't know, babe.
Make their way forward to the next door. Not in here. She will look to her right, beyond the bookshelf, like leaning over. Tick-tock.
What?
And then to her left. Tick-tock.
Tock. Just looking sideways.
See a figure sitting on like a pile of papers and books and a big chair that's definitely 2 sizes too big for him.
What else do we see?
A mess. Oh! There's people! Wait! Wait, here, is this? No! My central processing units don't have the capabilities of applying hallucinogens on me, I believe? Perhaps?
TikTok, if you're gonna hop down from the chair, I'm gonna need a acrobatics
Oh, yeah.
or a
Yeah,
dexterity save with disadvantage.
Yep. Well, we're just gonna keep the 2, but that 1?
Okay.
No, 18 and 2, so what's my modifier for acrobatics? Probably not good. Oh, I have a +1, so 3.
He stumbles out of the chair onto the floor. And you will note if you make a perception check, please. Or use your passive, whichever you choose. I just need you to make a decision which.
28.
What's my you know what?
He
I
is
have high enough.
missing an arm and a leg.
I will once more roll for mother.
Inconvenience! As I start kind of like drag myself now towards you.
Oh,
Oh!
do this.
It's so good to see people!
That is
Is that-
an 18 on mother. Vaiks will look at Ylvanna, who she was currently actively supporting, and then like lean her against the wall or bookshelf.
Ylvanna's scrambling her way to the robot child.
Is this...
And just sprint.
It's Ylvanna and Vaiks! It's good to see you well, Ylvanna! I guess the friendship stab was not as terrible as we thought.
Upon closer inspection, there are dents, there are scrapes, there are scuffs, there is rust.
Oh, TikTok.
There are sparks coming out of different places. And the one eye that had been flickering in his processing is flickering worse now.
TikTok.
So I have discovered so many things that is beneficial and I can be more helpful. Like, Vaiks, look over there. I'm pretty sure that sword is over there is for you. Hey, you're the only one that seems to have that kind of aesthetic. Percival when he has his weird shadow moments, but that book is most likely for him in that regards. I've read it. It's got a very interesting piece of information that I think will be very pertinent to Percival. And Ylvanna, it's so good to see you. I have this book over there as I kind of like start turning.
TikTok, and Vaiks will take both of her arms and like grab him physically, so he stops dragging himself.
I will also, as a side note, Vaiks will recognize her own rapier of throne command that she had left when they resurrected Emery, and the book that had been in the force field previously on the abyss.
Vaiks will take that in and give 0 fucks in this moment.
TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Hey, hey, hey.
Are you needing assistance? Hello, I am CM Unit 001 TT. Classification, TikTok. How can I be of assistance?
I need a wisdom save, TikTok.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, my wisdoms are good. Teen.
How much? Teen? Teen something?
Teen.
Teen?
7 plus 6.
13.
Okay.
13. Okay, we just kept hearing the teen part.
Your Vaiks will note, and Ylvanna will note, a spark near the dent in his head as TikTok, your memory unit, circuits. And you start over.
Unit 001 TT. Classification, TikTok. How can I be of assistance?
And Vaiks, his voice box, is catching. Volume is coming and going.
How can CM Unit 001 TT. Classification, TikTok. How can I be of assistance?
Vaiks will take him.
This is a very shiny spot here. Is this
Make
yours?
eye contact with Ylvanna. Lift him
Ylvanna,
and say, find the rest of him. Like, Addie, it is immediate focus mode.
Ylvanna ignores the strain her body is going through right now and is sprinting as much as she can around this place, searching high and low, leaving no corner unchecked. Everything. She does not care. She is moving everything. Her body is screaming, but she is literally gunning around.
Yep, Vaiks is absolutely ignoring any objections her arm may have. It is pure priority TikTok.
Whatever books you have, or items you have, or things you may want to show us, you can show us later. Right now, you are my priority.
To show you?
Later. Later. After repairs.
You have things to show me. Of course. I will be happy to take in everything to assist you.
No, TikTok, no. It is my turn to assist.
Do you need help taking care of these books? I can do that. Do you need tea? I can make some tea. Do you require magical assistance? I can.
TikTok, you know what, TikTok?
I'm
I
seeing
do
Unit
require your
001.
assistance.
You require my assistance.
Mm-hmm. Could you, for me, be nice and calm and as still as you can as you assist me in repairing you?
I am in need of repairs.
Many, and we will assist you.
No, I assist the creator. You are my creator?
I am not. I am your friend.
I am programmed to assist you.
Mm-hmm. And you are helping me by being repaired by me in this moment.
You are the creator.
No. Any luck, Ylvanna?
Ylvanna has had to go to other floors, but there is one arm
Just hear her
next
fall
to
down
you.
the stairs.
And
You hear her, like, fumble
she comes
down the
she will come sprinting back down with miscellaneous pieces in her, fumbling down the stairs with miscellaneous pieces and his other leg. Having found them scattered throughout the many floors, most of which were found, Ylvanna, on the floor where the solarium exists.
Just see you want to come, like, full on skid around the corner and just, fall, as she gets close, you, like, fall to her knees and just place everything down. He is
But
in
She-
pain, and breathing heavily, but
She
she does
requires
not give a fuck at
medical
this moment.
assistance.
Vaiks will remove her cloak for Ylvanna to use as a bundle for TikTok's pieces.
And say, I have someone that might be able to help, but we have to leave. And I will deal with the rest another time.
We have to leave.
For now, TikTok. You can show me everything after we come back.
Yes, we can come back
I have to
another
show
time.
you. Yes.
You can show me.
What?
You can show me after. Me and Ylvanna, everything you would wish to show us.
Isn't this tower my home? I was my creator.
Well, your creator is on a long trip right now, so we're going to have to find somebody else to repair you. And then we can come back.
Understand? You are friends of my creator. Please.
Man, you cutting out in Discord is adding to the authenticity, because I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
That was actual cutouts.
Anyway, okay.
It's working, man. It's working.
The last piece that I could tell is his arm.
And she looks at where it clattered to the ground on the chair earlier.
I do not risk setting him down.
I can get it as she finished,
Wait,
as
make it
Ylvanna
another
finishes
CM
bundling everything
No,
into
these
a
are your-
makeshift pouch and goes towards the chair.
No, TikTok. There will only ever be one true CM unit.
CM Unit 002!
No, CM Unit 001 is undergoing repairs.
Need repairs?
Yes.
This unit seems to be functional. How can I assist you?
You can assist me by staying in my arms as still as possible.
I need perception and wisdom saves from all of you.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Well, holy shit! You won't believe it. Perception 22, wisdom dirty 20.
Perception.
You manage to hold it together as shadows pull from the corners of the space and develop the visage of your mother behind you as she leans over your shoulder, touches TikTok in the middle of his forehead, and says, "It is time for CM Unit 001 to find rest and activate shutdown protocol temporarily for repairs." TikTok, what did you roll on your wisdom save?
I got... Oh, wisdom save. I did a perception, which was a 20. But my perception was a 15. Or, no, wisdom was a 15.
You will activate shutdown protocol for wisdom saves. For repair.
Shutdown protocol initiated. And the light in his eye just goes out.
Vaiks will whirl towards the hand that leaned over her shoulder. Stare up at this woman. Compose herself. Rise.
and leave.
But oh, Ylvanna, if looks could kill.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. I've seen. Yep. I am right behind. I'm like standing as you're like walking out. I'm like standing almost right behind you, kind of like looking
following,
back.
right?
Like,
Yeah. It's like, you couldn't have done that shit any days sooner.
I'm just like, yep, let's go.
Anyway,
Just
okay,
cradling this makeshift bag of TikTok parts.
We
Just-
will leave.
Yep.
We are leaving.
Yep.
Off we go.
Mumbling,
Also,
just
by the
going,
way, I rolled 18 for mother on that one
Beautiful.
earlier. So that's why the reactions were the way they are. Whew, okay.
And she just watches you go.
Okay. They make their way up the stairs and back towards Silas.
With
In a
as
panic.
much, well, not panic at this point. Now it is rage. It is rage and purpose. And she will do her best to try to not outpace Ylvanna.
Yeah, right now Ylvanna is panic first, and the rage will come after. We're in that mindset right now.
We've had the panic. We're at the rage.
Yeah,
Guess
I
we
mean,
will.
it's just as soon as we get TikTok, then the panic will just stop. We need to make sure TikTok is okay first. Other things can.
Everything else can come after. Yes.
Yep. I just need TikTok in safe hands before something else happens.
Okay. So the two of you make your way from the entryway to the boat. And Silas starts noticing your stern, angry, panicked expressions and the bundle that each of you carry. What?
Silas, I will make you any amount of cookies while I am here for you to ask no further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Now please take us home.
And as you load into the boat, let me actually roll. Holy shit, kid! For your insight.
I think okay.
Excellent. The trip is silent, and the two of you will note that this boat is moving faster, 3 times faster than it has ever gone before. Vaiks, you can piece together this kid's smart. Despite the childish nature he has pieced together the sense of urgency. And the boat is soaring across the water. And barely slows when it hits sand. Dexterity saving throw from both of you.
Wonderful. Okay, let me look at my stats.
Ah, fuck math. That's
It's stability checks. Okay. Hold on.
23.
Excellent.
For Vaiks, it is 26.
Okay. You all manage to stay upright and hold your footing or seats in the boat as it strikes the sand. And Silas will help you out of the boat. With efficiency. The only thing he will ask as you make land is, do you need Mama or Dee?
Vaiks will take a deep breath, kneel down, smile at him, and say, "No, Silas, you are more than welcome to go home. I will fetch whomever I need. But if anyone asks where I am with Ylvanna and with 18 mirrors. Okay? You did wonderfully, thank you."
And he will nod, walking back with you to Coronadar, only separating when you head for the tinker's shop.
Okay.
If the map ever loads.
Let me see here.
Move tokens. And you know that the tinker shop is on the northern side of the tree, so that works out.
I can't see the map because it's not loading.
Give it a second.
But do they? Well, I've been sitting here since the beginning and it's not loading.
Oh, it
You
might
may
need a
need to
full
reload.
then?
You may need to close and reopen Foundry.
I can't tell where the map is, but would they walk past the foundry going to the tinker shop?
No.
Okay.
It is.
They're not going
it is
anywhere
north,
near where you are.
Oh, well.
It is north
okay.
of Big Tree. We will be passing Hunter's Club. We won't even be getting anywhere near the herbologists either. It is almost a straight path from the northern gate.
Yeah, it's right next to the inn.
Yeah, I can't get Foundry to load, like, at all. I closed it, reopened it, everything, nothing's loading.
What browser
If
type
Flash
are you
is
using?
white,
Is what browser type are you using, and do you have hardware acceleration turned on?
I'm using Opera GX, and I believe I have that turned off.
If you
would
have
want it on your Foundry.
if you have hardware acceleration turned off, it will not load.
I used it before, I feel like. Okay. Anyway, sorry, continue. I'll figure it out.
If need for map purposes, there is also one in the like a labeled one to download in the maps area. That's labeled for all of Coordinator. If you just need reference for where things are in the Discord.
Yeah, the closest person to them physically is going to be Luthien. Okay. Do you simply burst into the shop?
I'm using both arms to hold a TikTok, and Ylvanna is holding both arms to hold a bundle of TikTok parts. So I guess, yeah, we're kicking the door.
Yeah.
The door bursts open and slams into the wall. And the tabaxi standing behind a big-ass table with goggles making her eyes look huge, looks up at you like, "Excuse me?"
And she will hustle in. Apologies, I have no arms. And she will hustle forward and set TikTok down on the worker's bench. I have a problem. 18 mirrors.
And that is?
This being is sentient and asleep for a limited amount of time.
Okay, she will put down the tools that she is holding in her paws. Ylvanna and Vaiks will note, well, Vaiks has seen 18 mirrors before. Ylvanna will note this tabaxi is not terribly different from Mindu, except that she is all white with black tips to her ears, as she sets the goggles above her eyes onto her head and takes gloves off of her paws and places them on the counter, going to where Vaiks will place TikTok.
And she will unravel him where he has been bundled up to protect him from the sea spray. And then nod for Ylvanna to place down all of his bits.
Yep. Ylvanna will gently lay out the makeshift bag onto the workbench or wherever she's meant to put him.
There's no one I could possibly trust with this task.
What has happened to him?
I am uncertain. Neglect for numerous days minimum. Seemingly with both soap and water.
The electric child has been with soap and water without care for how many days?
A minimum of 5.
And you see that
He has
she
just
is
been discovered.
already inspecting him. This is great craftsmanship. Do you know who has created and designed him? Them? This?
Right.
She does not know he is sentient. Well, you said he's sentient.
His name-
Did you give a pronoun?
His name is TikTok.
All right.
And no, I do not know the creator personally. Just know it is beloved by many of the divine so far.
Okay, no pressure. And she is very gingerly inspecting every little thing on him. Ylvanna, did you place the bundle of items on the table?
Yes.
She will begin opening up the cloak, inspecting the parts, and bringing out other things to begin wiping down the metal to understand what is damaged versus just dirty. This is going to take a while. And as she is finishing saying that, Vaiks, a familiar fox, trots into the door that you just kicked open a moment ago, sniffing at the back of your leg.
Vaiks will wheel on this fox with much displaced anger in her eyes. What color are these fox's eyeballs?
They are not... They are the normal fox's eyes. They are not Percy eyes.
She will then pause herself, take a breath, and kneel down.
Hello, Hyacinth. Could you go get my brother?
You receive a little headbutt into your hand, and then the fox darts out, running. Percival.
Vaiks will look at Ylvanna, and then look at 18 mirrors and say,
Ylvanna, you should wait. You should go rest. Well, go eat. Go drink. I'll wait here.
I wish I could. But frankly, after all the running around, I can't move. And she is stiff where she is.
Why don't you sit and just... I have leftovers there. And she points at the unfinished meal sitting on a separate corner table that is obviously cold.
It is the best you will get.
I guess you're right, and she will, almost waddle towards the chair and collapse into the chair. And before she can even eat the food, just face plants into the table.
Do you want me to
Vaiks
send for help?
The fox is doing it, and Vaiks will then sit in one of the like chairs that are for like waiting for an order, and just like lean on her elbows, similarly to like when a dad's waiting at the other end of operating
Yeah.
in a hospital.
Yep.
Just leaning on her knees, like considering life.
One's passed out, the other is stressing the fuck out.
Yep.
And that is what if whenever Percy comes in on, that is what he would come into, because the state would not have changed.
Hobo Ranger passed out at table and stressed out. Rogue dead at the end of an operating table.
Mm-hmm.
Percival, what are you doing as the fox that you have had caring for Vaiks comes back to you with urgency?
Am I at Didi's or am I at the other place?
What did you
Well, how
opt
long
to do on
have
day
they been gone?
5? What did you opt to do on the... No, you should be at Didi's, technically. Because this is
Did
still...
you leave Didi's? Did you leave Didi's after you had your breakfast tea?
This is maybe an
because
hour before
originally-
noon.
Percy was going to go to the alchemy thing because he didn't do it the day prior.
But he would have noticed that Vaiks was gone.
Yeah, and then sent for. So he's probably still reading the book, I guess. Maybe doing like minimal house cleaning to like occupy himself.
Okay.
This
This fox comes in and starts tugging at your hem, at your pants. Say, come on, follow me. Without
okay,
words.
okay. Did you find them or?
And they bark at you
He's
twice
just gonna.
before running off, expecting you to follow.
He's gonna grab his bag and head out the door. No trench coat, nothing.
Yeah, but Luthien, you said you were going to go in the afternoon.
No, before
This-
noon. But he was not at the alchemy area.
Mhm.
Like he was expected to be.
And the fox will lead you around the big tree to the Tinker's workshop, where you will see TikTok in pieces on the tabletop. A tabaxi actively working on cleaning and piecing him back together. Ylvanna passed out at a table. And Vaiks nervously, anxiously, sitting in the chair immediately beside the door.
As the,
Go ahead.
as the Beldings. Does Hyacinth come in first, or
Yes. Hyacinth comes in first and goes straight to Vaiks.
Vaiks will stand? And this is not anxious. This is like fuming. In general, it is stressed fuming. I want to clarify. Vaiks will stand and walk up to Percival as he enters through this door, pokes him square in the center of his torso, and say, "Do not trust our mother," and leaves. Leaving him to then witness TikTok in pieces on what is the Tinkerer's operating table.
Okay. I think Percy is kind of left stunned and takes a moment to process what Nick said before sharpening his eyes and going focus mode, and he's going to check on the passed out Ylvanna to see if she's alive, and or, a medical check, because he doesn't know where she's been either.
I love how we could tell how Bam has his hands covering his face right now while he processes.
You can tell.
You can hear it.
Have one goddamn day.
Technically you had 3. In game you had 6. But
I
digress.
do that for
Anyways.
the Ylvanna.
She looks rough, but she is alive. You can tell that she has been left to weather and barely given enough to survive, to keep her alive by nature. But she definitely is dehydrated and starved by her own devices on accident. But you wouldn't be able to quite tell what the cause was. And she is exhausted.
Okay. Well, we're gonna let her sleep for at least an hour at minimum. First, she's gonna set like a mental clock. And I'm gonna investigate, or I guess look to see if there's anything that he can do with TikTok. I don't think he can. Mending? Because he did that to repair a couple of his parts before in the carriage. He's gonna look over TikTok and ask if the Tabaxi needs any help.
You can get the polish and the other cleaning agents from the table in the corner there, and the shelf there, she'll point at a couple of different shelves, has a couple of tools that might aid in you helping me place that back together if you're familiar with his make. I am, unfortunately, improvising based off of my minimal knowledge. But, again, it is fine work, and easy to follow.
Have I seen the interior of TikTok?
No.
Damn.
I mean, would I have, considering I did maintenance on them and stuff?
Nobody has seen the interior of TikTok.
Okay.
I know we've seen into him. I just didn't know if we saw like the actual interior parts. But he's gonna grab everything that they've pointed out and is essentially standing at the ready.
Do you have a proficiency in Tinkerer's tools?
Do I? I don't think so. Where would I look at my proficiency? This one. No.
I don't think so.
Cook utensils, photographer supplies, I do not.
Then you will be rolling a straight d20.
Okay, 14.
And again.
6.
And again.
4. Oh, this is getting worse.
And again.
6.
By the third time that you hit something incorrectly, 18 mirrors will stop, look at you, leave the tools on the table, and walk away. You seem to be struggling, so I've got this. And if there is anything else you would like to ask, I am not the one to ask. Now, for that, she nods at Ylvanna's sleeping form on the table. I suggest you find Didi or someone else that you trust to help get her to a bed. She needs medical care, and I am not a doctor. Not for a living. And you watch as she skillfully, very carefully, reattaches TikTok's leg after fixing some of the gears and pieces that go inside of that.
I'm gonna go find Didi or one of the couple people that I know. And tell them about Ylvanna coming back and is passed out in the Tinkerer's workshop. I need to get them moved so I can give them proper medical attention and food and moisture.
Who are you going to?
Finding Didi, and if I find anybody else like Mindu or Laura or Willow. Anybody Percy knows.
Well, it's midday, so Didi
Find
should...
Tavrick, he'll get Tavrick too.
Didi should be in her home, adjusting records. Allura should be in the schoolhouse until afternoon. Tavrick is either in the stables or the blacksmiths. Mindu has mostly been doing chores in the blacksmiths. Luthien is in the temples.
Right. I want to move them. Then...
Vaiks, where are you going?
Her next stop is the blacksmith, because she last was aware of anyone who knew TikTok's functioning was Tavrick. And she is going to use the walk as a chance to cool down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does Percy know of the walkways between all buildings? Because the bathhouse is in the middle, isn't it?
Correct.
Or is it just from Didi's house?
This pretty much seems a circular... Are you talking about... At this point, he's figured out from the bathhouse to all of the... From the springs, from the hot springs to everything else. The paths are pretty obvious once you realize that it's basically just a big-ass circle.
Then he's probably going to take a straight shot from the Tinker's workshop to Didi's. Through the... Okay. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Because the bathhouse is north, titled, but in the middle here, is this not also... Where do the tunnels lead? Do they lead north, or do they lead to this middle section that is the, like, spring water thing?
You would have to have access through the Tinker's workshop to her private entrance to the bathhouse. Otherwise, you would have to go to the public entrance for that residential area that's actually the well to the north, that's what you're seeing, or to the inn, or just around the tree.
Then Percy is going to go around the tree using as many misty steps and dagger throws as it takes to get the distance, going 60 each.
He can just run.
He's wanting to move quick. I don't have that quick of a speed. I don't know how fast I need to go around the tree.
30 feet plus a dash is 60 feet.
If you're just running for that, and that's for 6 seconds. That's 60 feet in 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll just sprint. And he is hard booking it to Didi.
Would Luthien see Percy just sprint past the temple?
If she happens to
You
be
know,
on the
at
balcony
this
the
point,
time.
Luthien is probably leaving the temple to go and find Percy.
Yeah. And he is sprinting past. Mm-hmm.
That's not normal. And I would say Luthien kind of gives chase and gives a shout of, Percy, what's going on?
I think as he's running, he's going to do a quick look back and then cast a message to not waste breath as he is sprinting. And just say, Ylvanna and TikTok are back. I need to go get Didi because Ylvanna is incapacitated and I need to get them to a bed so I can start healing them. Not breaking any stride or nothing.
And Luthien would use message to cast back, where's Ylvanna?
Tinker's Workshop.
And Luthien will begin to head over that way.
Vaiks.
Yep.
You're going to the smith.
It's midday. She's hoping she guessed right.
And she did. As she enters the blacksmith's space and sees this big-ass fluffy cat lounging across Tavrick's shoulders as he works.
I'm going to make my good old con save for out of breath, because still recovering.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, probably upon you running in, you will see Tavrick's arm fully submersed into the fires of the forge and molten rock or metal, and he is scooping stuff out with his hand as he's using the ability of his shield to make him immune to fire.
Is your back to her?
Mm-hmm.
With how she is
Thanks,
still
Will.
recovering from being injured, you would have heard her run up and trying to catch her breath behind you.
Yep, he'll hear feet pounding upon the packed dirt, and then up these across this gravel, essentially. Stop, and then Tavrick.
Oh my god! Hey, what's wrong? What?
She will then wave at whatever the fuck he's holding. Put that down. Put that down. I need you.
Yeah. Okay. What? Are you okay?
TikTok's down. I need you. Put that away.
Upon hearing that, there is almost like a look of horror on his face, as because I can't remember timeline-wise. Wouldn't I have tried to go look for him earlier, but I was told that he's doing his own thing?
On day 2, you were told that he was at the Tower of Death.
You weren't told what he was doing or not to see him. You were just told where he was.
But I thought I was told that he was... Okay.
He wasn't accessible immediately to you.
Yeah.
That was all.
I think there's first a look of shock, and then a horror as pieces are slowly forming together in his head. And he's immediately dropping what he has, and he grabs his tool belt, essentially, and whatever other tools he may think may assist him on his way out. And as he's getting ready to leave, he just shouts to Zuck, "I'm borrowing these. I will return these later."
All right.
And he's out the door.
With the cat having
Mike's
popped
will
off
swipe-
of his shoulders.
I'll say the Vaiks will swipe the cat if it has not taken the opportunity to escape. And
Where's he
set
at?
it down somewhere.
Yeah, he
and
hops
just she'll Ylvanna's not great either. Come on. And she'll fucking turn around and book it. With no further explanation, just turn around and sprint once more.
Okay, yeah, he'll. How far away?
It's so far. It's so
Okay.
far.
Would it?
She-
Can I, Airy, God, can I whistle for trouble?
Oh, that'd be.
Oh,
No.
wait, better
not.
idea. Summon
It's
steed.
so wild
summon
away.
steed. Summon steed.
Summon Steed
will
takes
cast
like an
Summon
hour to
Steed.
cast. It's not instant.
Wait, does it?
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Right, I forgot. Spend an hour
but
to
as
summon steed.
It's like 300
Hang on, I know
feet.
someone's dying, but let me
It's-
catch my car real quick.
It's equivalent. It's the equivalent of a football field.
Okay.
It's not terrible. It could be worse.
Okay. Yeah, he's booking it with Vaiks.
Yeah, he would realize that she sprinted to him, about 300 feet.
Jesus. I think
Like,
Tavrick upon
Throughout
running,
the trees and houses and whatnot.
Yeah. Can I I'm gonna ask Vaiks, where is he? What building?
Wheeze noises. But she is fucking fast. There is that.
Yeah, remember, she's faster than Tavrick on a good day.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
She just will die after.
Okay.
The two of you keep pace, essentially, to the Tinker's Workshop. Where, Luthien, you have entered
Yes.
faster because you are a lot closer.
Yep. So Luthien, at this point, I could see, is kneeling by Ylvanna, and she is digging around in her bag. She has a water flask out, and she is looking for something very specific that she had received from Emery once upon a time. And as she finds it, she pulls out these a little case, and inside are two. They essentially look like beads, and she will grab Ylvanna's face, pop her jaw open gently, and stick these beads underneath her tongue. And I am going to use both of my beads of nourishment on Ylvanna.
Beautiful.
Being fucking drugged? What the fuck?
No.
No, you're
it's-
being immediately given sustenance.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
it's instant. It's basically feeding tube,
Yes.
but in the form of compressed bead. It's a whole meal in a bead.
Got an
And it
instant
tastes-
dehydrated
for the record,
meal.
Oh my
It tastes
God.
like your favorite food, by the way.
It's elven
Mhm.
bread.
Your favorite food is elven bread? Wow.
And then-
Judging
let's
hard.
go.
Ari, are we keeping with real world mechanics of if you pour, like, even gently pour water into an unconscious person's mouth, they will drown? Or are we going with you can slowly force feed water?
You could
Okay, what?
Hey.
I can force feed a potion, so I feel like that counts for water too.
Well,
If
were
you try to
unconscious?
force feed her water, she will drown.
The
Says-
fuck?
Says the double sevens I just got when I was like, decision making,
well-
guys, make decisions.
Potions offset because they're Healy times. They offset the drowning,
Correct.
guys.
Yeah.
Because they're Healy. That's logic.
In
there.
this moment, if you try to feed her water because she is not dead unconscious, she's sleeping unconscious.
Okay. So that
waterboard
I would like to make an 18 medicine check, and that is with my modifier. What else can I do to assist her in the immediate circumstance?
She just needs rest. Or restoration.
Mm.
There is a war happening in the side chat right now. And Tavrick and Vaiks, as you enter, Vaiks probably doubled over with 0 perception. Luthien is feeding a bead into Ylvanna's mouth. That seems to be helping. And 18 Mirrors is focused. TikTok's leg is reattached, Vaiks. And she is working on other pieces and replacing a couple of other parts. You can see that this cat is moving fast. Time-wise, because of running around. Percival, you are reaching Dee Dee. Sprinting in, right?
Yeah.
She has been sitting at the big table she sat at previously, writing records into a big-ass book, looks up at you, does a double take and says, "Why were you running? What's the urgency? And where the hell is your sister?"
Ylvanna's back. They're dehydrated and probably need bed rest. TikTok's broken and on a table, and Nyx is mad at me, but I think they went to the blacksmith. They're at the Tinkerer's workshop, and I need your help.
$400 for Percival.
Yeah. And Dee Dee will be on her feet in an instant, and gone the next. Sorry, Percival, but you're gonna have to just walk.
Walk it back! At that same instance, Vaiks will open the door, look at 18 Mirrors, and say, "I have brought strength or smith, whichever you need."
Tavrick.
Yeah.
Do you say anything at the scene in front of you?
I would say as he comes through the door, there is a panicked look on his face, and then seeing TikTok, almost a combination of dread. And you just hear, "No, no, 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 no." And he starts pulling out tools and frantically trying to...
Orc boy, if you're going to help, you're going to calm down. There is no place for emotions in this space. They get in the way of fixing the problem. Deep breath. Do you understand?
There's that initial panic, and then once hearing and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, it's 18 Mirrors?
Mm-hmm. That is her name.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't mishearing it or something weird.
Cats, tabaxis have weird names. TM.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Once I hear 18 Mirrors kind of tell me that, there's a recognizable, probably to Vice especially, a deep inhale, roll of the shoulders, and maybe like a little neck adjustment, and okay, what can I do?
And she will point at the
Lock
same.
in.
She will point at the same tools that she had given to Percival, or told Percival to find, and you are going to make 4 different Tinkerer's Tools checks, which if you do not have the proficiency, or have the proficiency yet, you will do just a straight D20 roll.
Can I argue that I want to do something else rather than tinker on TikTok? If there is any like bent metal gears or bent plates or things that aren't aligning properly, can I use my smithing tools to basically bend them and perhaps put them back into place to be used again?
You would have to separate the pieces that are bent from his body, fix them, and then reattach them, which would take a separate tinker check, smithing check, and then tinker check. But you would be making the smithing checks with advantage.
Can I ask 18 Mirrors to do the disassembly part for me so I can then smith them, if that makes sense? Okay.
Yep. So she will hand you the 3 bent pieces that she has already taken off for you to fix.
Yeah. And also, would I have noticed the dent in his head?
That's one of the pieces she's taken off.
Oh, okay. Okay.
His hat is gone. Who has his hat? The little boy's hat.
Okay. I am going to... You said with advantage? For the Tinker's checks?
No, for the smithing checks.
Oh, for the smithing checks. Okay. And you said 3 of them?
Yes. I can English the right way.
Okay. Oh, is each one with advantage, or is only one of them with advantage?
Each one is with advantage. Because you were literally in the middle of learning smithing.
Whoo! Thank you, fucking advantage. I got a nat 1 and a 16, so a 20, a dirty 20 for the first one. Holy shit. Okay. An 18 for the second. Another dirty 20 for the third. Yeah, 16 and a 5 on that one.
And while you're fixing those, she will pass another piece that she has disassembled. So you'll make a 4th.
That is a 6 and a 13, so plus 4, so 17.
Excellent. You're able to get the pieces mostly back into shape. And 18 Mirrors will make her check for putting them back. God damn, girl. Alright.
Eri, I have a secondary question. Luthien would glance over at the 2 and go, do either of you mind loud noises? Would loud noises disturb your work?
Is she asking them if they mind loud noises for as far as disturbing what they're doing on TikTok?
Correct.
Vaiks will interject.
If you're trying to wake up Ylvanna, we can just carry her.
Just to say Dee Dee
And get
appears
out of
in the doorway.
Get out of their way.
As you're asking that. Because by that timing, she would have.
And Luthien would look at Vaiks and then Dee Dee and then go, I do not care, but Ylvanna needs water urgently and more water than I assume you, Vaiks, have given her. So we need to move her somewhere, wake her up, and unless either of you are able to magically hydrate her, we need to get her to drink.
Dee Dee will actually grab Vaiks' shoulders and move her out of the way to step through this tight space and picks Ylvanna up. Only says to Vaiks, "You'll know where she is," and is gone.
Vaiks will look at Luthien, look at Tavrick.
Tavrick,
Say
can
hi.
you focus on TikTok, if you please? Vaiks, where is Ylvanna?
We'll handle our crisis.
As she looks at Tavrick.
You handle yours. Come with me.
He is not saying anything. He's not even registering that you guys are talking to him.
Yeah, they are
He is-
locked.
Yeah,
the
she
fuck
doesn't.
in.
She does not need confirmation. She knows what it's
Mhm.
like. We're in separate medical emergencies currently.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
We're at triage, so
Mm-hmm.
she'll
Not
just
the
look at. She will look at Luthien
Say,
as she's caught her breath.
say, come with me.
All right, and Luthien does.
Percy, have you left by this point?
How long was she gone for? Like 2 minutes? A second? Almost, not even.
About 2 minutes.
Maybe.
Can Luthien perhaps gauge how far they are from Dee Dee's house because she knows that Percy was headed there?
It's literally.
Oh,
on
it's
the
like
other-
400 feet. Yeah,
Yeah.
she'd know it's literally directly on the other side.
How far away are they from Dee Dee's house now? About 200, right?
Like 3.
Well, it's gonna take you a minute to get there.
Gotta go around
Message
this
has
thing.
a range of, I believe, 300 feet.
Okay. Yeah, it's 300
If I recall
around.
correctly.
So
Yeah, directly, yes. You could message from inside the Tinker Shop.
I think I'm
pretty-
about at the schoolhouse if I... No, because I wouldn't have... I'm probably, like, around here, maybe.
Okay.
In the ultimate
So,
torture.
120 feet.
After taking a breath.
So that's 120?
Mhm.
Percy, in his mind, hears Luthien go, headed the wrong way, Percy. I believe that Dee Dee already has Ylvanna back at her house.
As he, like, runs in place and turns his ass around.
Do I
She
hear
fast
this
as
whisper?
fuck, boy.
Do I hear this whisper, by the way? Because you
Yes.
whisper the message. Part of
Yes.
it is a verbal component.
Yes.
Vaiks will
At least say, he can at least stop and catch his breath. We're coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tavrick,
Yeah, technically we'd have to go around this because giant ass root.
I will come back to you guys in a moment. Tavrick, as you and 18
Yes.
Mirrors are working, collaborating actually surprisingly well between the
Mhm.
both of your different skill sets, you hear the whirring of machinery as TikTok sparks awake.
Upon hearing the whirring noise, I think Tavrick is going to kind of like lean up kind of next to TikTok and go, TikTok, I don't know if you can hear me, but please don't leave. I still need you. I haven't made you my gift yet. And he's just kind of trying to gently hold TikTok or maybe cradle if he's able to as TikTok comes to.
18 Mirrors is still working and will actually, in almost like a motherly gesture, swats your hand, says, I'm still working.
Okay. And he'll get back to work.
TikTok, your voice component is not quite working yet because the part she is working on is lining up and replacing the cables to that voice box. And she will hand you 4 more pieces, Tavrick, and says, clean them.
Oh, clean them?
Mhm.
Okay. Do I need
Easy.
to roll a...
No, you don't need to.
Okay.
It'll just take you a second while she gets that lined up. And then TikTok static comes from your mouth for a moment. before you are able to communicate. You are still missing an arm, but they're actively putting you together.
CM Unit 0 TT Tock. Proud assist you.
TikTok. Hi, buddy. Hi, friend.
Do
Unfortunately,
you require assistance?
Tavrick,
Hmm.
there is currently no recognition from him. Do you say anything aloud?
I say, hey, TikTok, it's me, your friend, Tavrick. Are you okay?
This unit is functioning at optimal capacity.
18 Mirror sort of rolls her eyes and says, he is not at optimal capacity, but it does appear that his memory unit is damaged, and I am in the process of fixing it now.
Okay,
My little stub where my missing arm just starts moving.
hey, let's maybe not move right now, TikTok. We're doing some very important work on you, and we need you to try to stay as still as possible.
Are you my creator?
No.
But do I say yes so I can keep working on him and repairing him?
Decide quickly.
Would Tav be thinking that far ahead right now?
Oh, fuck, I don't know, dude. Because he always says that fucking...
But TikTok, would he lie to TikTok?
Oh, fuck,
In
no.
in a high pressure situation, would he lie to TikTok?
No, he wouldn't lie to TikTok. I am not your creator. I am your friend. I am trying to do the best I can as a substitute for your creator.
He is currently your repairman, little man. Hold still.
Yeah.
This is going to tingle. And she pokes something, and TikTok, you feel a shock run through your head.
You must be Brazilian!
Oh my fucking god.
That's the second spit take I almost did because of Lefty today.
Just watches in horror as this poor robot electrocutes itself.
That was really good.
The
Well
tool,
done, Lefty. Well done.
the tool
Brava.
flies out of the 18 Mirror's hands, and she just swears under her breath and says, "You weren't supposed to shock me as well," and goes and picks up the tool that she dropped.
Hey, TikTok, how are you?
I am
Okay, buddy?
unit operating at optimal capacity. How may I assist you?
TikTok, as your friend, this is far from optimal. You're a mess. What
To
happened?
assist you.
No, TikTok, don't assist me right now. What happened?
Did I? Directive?
You have received no directive, little man. Not yet. In a moment, I will direct you to remember. And she messes with another wire before TikTok's voice box switches to another language, and 18 Mirrors swears again.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Oh my god. He's
Muy
casting
bien.
witches!
Tavrick, make
I just
me
started speaking
an
abyssal.
insight check.
Oh, God.
To
Oh, the
see-
fucking Buzz Lightyear. Shut up, Bam.
To see if you recognize... I just need the insight check from you real quick.
25.
You do recognize that TikTok is speaking Abyssal. The language, rather, the same language that Percy and Dee and Vaiks, when Vaiks was struggling to speak anything else, was speaking in.
No one's around to translate for me. Fuck. Alright, I've decided I'm staying with Vaiks. Or Vaiks is staying with me so I could translate Abyssal, and I'm staying with Vaiks so they can have dark vision. This is what's happening from now on. Vaiks is not allowed to leave my side.
Assist!
Wow, that is wildly unsettling.
Hold on. Language model being rebooted in 3, 2. TikTok, another shock goes through you.
God, I feel like we're torturing him.
That got cut off, but it did sound brutal, guys. Just for the
I
audience
didn't even
and
hear it.
everybody. Yeah, it got cut off. It was so loud.
And then he is back to speaking common.
I am CM Unit 001 TT. Classification TikTok. How may I assist you?
Oh, is the recollection gone again?
It was never there to begin with.
No shit.
But a moment later, TikTok, your eyes will shine brighter as your memory unit is adjusted and wires switched. And you feel the spark of recognition.
You're getting cut off by your own
so
Discord
bad.
so bad.
Hey, I had to scoot. I had to adjust it for abyssal speech. Give me a second. I gotta switch back to
Just a
common.
beg.
Alright, hello! Is this satisfactory for your audio processors?
Yes.
Splendid!
Oh my god, he's gone British.
You see
What's wrong with that?
TikTok. You see Tavrick looking at you with concern.
You will!
It's a combination of concern and fear.
Is everybody alright?
No, TikTok, you're not all right. What happened?
What do you mean? I am Huh.
Is
an arm.
Is there a piece still on the table?
Yes, there are multiple pieces still on the table.
Yeah. I pick up like a handful and hold it in front of his face.
Are you building another CM unit?
TikTok, this came from you.
Oh.
You seem to be in a state of disrepair, my friend.
It's very highly unfortunate. How can I be able to assist in this state?
Do you have a self-repair mode?
I do!
Activate self-repair mode, while I activate the other side myself. And the
Initiating.
Tabaxi pokes her head around so that you can actually see her as she says this. And you note she looks similar, but not the same as Mindu. With goggles resting on her forehead between her eyeballs and her ears, and she smiles, whiskers twitching, says, "Hello, friend."
Initiating self-repair mode in 3, 2, 1. And he falls backwards and clanks on the table.
He will be working on the firmware update as it is called, and the software update, while I finish fixing the hardware. He will be fine. He has remembered you. He will be fine.
I think Tavrick is going to stay by TikTok's side.
Okay. And while 18 Matters continues to work, and he waits, I'm going to go back to the others and Ylvanna.
And I'm gonna send you a quick message, DM.
Okay.
Hate that.
Wait, do you know? I think I just thought of something that would be really fucked up.
I'm curious.
This is tinfoil hat. What if Tavrick's the only person TikTok remembers because he said they were friends?
Don't you dare! Don't you dare do this to me!
That's my DM brain.
Hey, you say that, but that's not entirely true because both Ylvanna and Vaiks were like, "Hey, we're your friends, buddy. We're here to help."
Was that before or after the tower, though? Or that was during the tower, wasn't it?
It was. He recognized us before he entered shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, that's fair.
All right. Well,
Don't fuck up another robot.
Dee has very carefully placed Ylvanna across. I'm going to just copy all of these tokens, and we're going to go here.
Huzzah!
And it's going to be daytime. Give it a second.
We're getting copied.
Goodbye.
Oh, there's two me's. Okay.
Hold on. Just wait a second. Wait, the discordance in reality will be corrected soon. There we go.
Please be patient. Ylvanna, you will feel relief of a kind as greater restoration is cast on you 3 times to alleviate your conditions.
Hell.
But you are left to rest in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you would be entering as Dee Dee is coming back down the stairs. I want all of you to wait right there. As I am owed an explanation as to what the hell is going on in my domain. And you can see her, Vaiks, take a deep breath to temper a temper. As she squares those eyes on you. You have been gone since before sunrise, and you said nothing. It is only because of the persuasion of your brother that I did not come hunt you down myself. Why did you not ask for help?
Luthien would step forward and say, as far as I know, she was with me at the temple during sunrise and left after a conversation. I believe that we were there for maybe an hour.
How does Dee take that information?
Her gaze is stern when she looks at Luthien and says, I believe that I asked Nyx. As she looks back
Who?
at Vaiks.
I... Do I need to make a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Okay, figured. But still. Oh, that's great. That's a 6. So, what both Luthien and Percival would see is any color from running about on Vaiks' face has immediately drained. And she is simply nervous, shaking, staring at the floor.
Moonflower, she says in a much gentler tone. I am not your father, and this is not your childhood. Why did you place yourself in danger without telling me?
Vaiks
And how
will...
did you get across the water without telling me?
I'm not a snitch. I'm not telling on secret. Anyway,
Hey,
if there's
bad
one
liar,
thing
you
Nyx,
gotta ask the question, bad liar.
hey, no. If there's one thing that Nyx is real good at being, it's not a snitch. That is a character trait we've kept through the ages. Anyway, Vaiks will take a breath as my dog commits crimes. Square her shoulders, and like kind of grasp her hands together, to steady their shaking. What Luthien says is true. I was at the temple, and I then took a boat after being told where TikTok was, and encountered Ylvanna from the woods in current state, being drawn to the island, and we were let in without any resistance, and found TikTok, and returned back as quickly as we could. The passage of time was only from what we knew to be less than an hour from dawn.
Her eyes go across the three of you. I have restored her health, seeing as I am the only one magically capable of doing so at this current moment. She will be fine after rest, which you will allow her. And you, Nyx, will communicate where you are going while you are still recovering. I would not have stopped you had you simply told me what your concerns were. But now, you are breathless, and you are pale, and you are about to collapse yourself. Do you understand this? That you have caused a detriment to your own health by simply not asking for help?
Vaiks will silently nod.
To bed.
She will turn on her heel. And off she goes.
And Didi looks at Luthien and Percival. It is not my task to play babysitter or caretaker for anyone who dares wander off into the domain of the Lady of Death. But why is it none thought to check on an automaton who has only displayed a need to assist others with zero care for himself? I want you to ponder that when you go back over there and check on what's happening with him, so that you can communicate with Nyx, who has been forced to bed rest. And if you, and she's looking at Luthien when she says this, think that being underneath the thumb of the deity of madness within their temple is any excuse for not stepping outside of those walls, I need you to reevaluate your own fears and anxieties, child, because you have a lot to learn. Every single one of you is just as responsible. So long as you are in bodily health, you are capable of taking care of your party members, and you have dropped the ball. And I will be giving the same lecture to the other ones, especially the one who ran off into the woods on her own. Am I understood?
Luthien gives a nod. Yes, ma'am.
Percy is in the full knowledge of don't say nothing, just say yes. So he just also gives a silent nod.
Tavrick has a sudden sense of foreboding.
TikTok's
He's fine. He's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine.
Tavrick's like, "Did you feel that, TikTok? I sense a disturbance."
As Dee Dee looks at Percival and says, "You'd best see what kind of medicine your sister needs, or her tea. Something. Even if you have to force her to sleep, you better do it before I do, because I swear by every bit of power in these veins of mine, she is fuming. And Percival, this is a rage unlike any other rage you have ever seen. Not even on Vaiks towards Emery."
Okay. He's going to give another quiet nod, and he's then going to look to the top of the stairs, about like right here, and he is going to melt into shadow and appear up there as he walks towards, as I cast Misty Step and walk towards Nyx's room.
Okay.
And as you do that, you'll get a message in your mind from Luthien as she begins to make her way out of the home, and that just says, "I'll let you know how TikTok is doing."
Amakiir, Dee Dee is
Yes?
following you. Distance yourself before you lose yourself. And she is referring to your relationship with Emery. It is not a path that you want, because it will cost you everything, as you have already seen by the friendships you have near lost.
And Luthien has stopped and said, "I am aware."
You will have 2 more days at the temple, and then I will replace you in the inn, because you have other things that you need to do for yourself. I know what they are talking about, even if you don't. I know that they plan to make you atone for what you have chosen. even if you don't. So you may want to savor this day, trying to take care of the others. Because if you go through with that, you might not have another day with them. And when they tell you about what they're asking, what they've decided, come to me. So that I can explain to you the truth of the path you are looking at. Because you need to grasp the gravity of every choice. With truth, not the lies of, well, my opinions of them don't matter. But you deserve the truth.
Luthien takes a breath and with that just turns to look at Dee Dee, holds up the scroll and goes, "Then give me the truth about what this entails. Because they're telling me not to take it, but it called to me in my own mother's voice. So I'm not sure that I trust their opinion on that."
That.
And she is holding out the scroll of the sept.
Mm-hmm. She steps closer. Her hand seeming to trace the outline of the scroll in your hand without ever touching it. That is the very role that your Exalted carried before she purged that world.
And Luthien lets out a humorless laugh. What, so my just supposed to be a duplicate of her? An oracle with this scroll?
Isn't fate a little fickle and funny? And you can see
You
the
don't
same
laugh, you cry.
dry humor. Mm-hmm. Set it aside. Save your time with your friends. And I'll tell you all about that path before you leave. But right now, I know they're all feeling the crisis. The crisis of their neglect. Mirror is good at what she does. She just needs time. She's smart. For being as young as she is, she's real smart. She better be. You may want to find Mindu.
Any ideas of where he may be?
Probably in the old aviation towers.
And Luthien looks to her, nods, and turns back around and says, How do I get there?"
Let me double check my knowledge before I give you this information and I say the wrong thing. If it'll load. Where's my own maps reference?
I remember it being in the middle. That's about it.
Yeah,
I don't remember how to
I'm
go up.
trying to look at where things are placed in the town for the sake of remembering where I put the path. Nope, wrong thing. Right. There is a bridge from the top floor of the temple. When you find him, clarify to him that I gave Nyx a firm scolding. And that
I will.
the others are distressed and that you also need guidance. As he is far more patient than I am.
No matter the level of patience, the guidance is still very much appreciated. And with that, Luthien will turn back around and begin to head out from Dee Dee's house and head towards the temple.
Goodbye. I'll put you on the stairs. Okay. Tavrick.
Yes.
18 Mirrors has, after maybe half an hour, successfully reattached not Mindu, I just spoke about Mindu, has successfully reattached TikTok's arm. And a lot of the tools that were on the table are floating around TikTok as he entered self-repair mode, actively repairing himself. And 18 Mirrors will eventually look at you and say, he is missing a focus or a crystal of some kind, it looks like. There is a piece wedged in here, and she has a pair of tweezers that she is pulling out of the palm of the arm. This seems to be of high value. Take it to the jewelers, and she will offer it to you. Take this to the jewelers and see if they have anything of equivalent value. 20-fold. And when you look at this crystal, I need you to make me a perception check.
Go pull up my character sheet because I don't remember my perception modifier. I know it's not a high. I got 19.
And a history check.
Oh, history? Oh, fuck. Five.
Okay.
Got a big old goose egg, gang. I don't know shit. I'm just like, ooh, shiny rock.
That's fine. Yeah, you're very much, ooh, shiny rock. But you do see the shiny rock. That's what, you see the shiny rock. That's fine.
See the shiny rock.
You see the shiny rock
Perfect.
as she offers it to you and says, go quickly. It is his life force. Which would give you plenty of incentive to run.
Well, my first thought would be of the crystals I gathered, would any of them be big enough for that?
That's why I had you do the history check.
Fuck. Well, I guess as Tavrick, like, the first thing he would have is, I have crystals, or like I have gems too. Like, would he'd probably just throw them out scattered everywhere. Like, would any of these work?
He doesn't know if they're equivalent value. And 18 Mirrors wouldn't know if they're equivalent value either because she's not a jeweler.
Okay. All right.
But you can offer them to the jeweler and ask if they are of equivalent value.
Okay. I'm booking it to the jeweler then.
Okay. Do Vaiks and Percival want to talk at all? Before we take a break.
I don't know. Does Vaiks?
Just Percy.
Because Percy was
So-
going to enter and do a general medical check, repair any stitches or bandages that you pulled, and go make tea in a simmer pot.
So it's
So.
tense.
Yeah. So Percy enters the first door, which would be the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
You would immediately see from first initial scan, Vaiks is not there.
But if he looks over, it's a big room, buddy. She's not in the
Yeah,
bed.
it's a very big
He's gonna
room.
keep
She's
walking
not in the
around it.
bed.
But his immediate thought is, gosh, she ran away again.
But he would see in this room, as he is finally inspected fully as he walks up, this space of that's basically like a man-made garden. But there is this large bioluminescent tree.
Sorry, I'm not
Within
muted.
this room. You're good. Within this room that seems to glow with fruits. Like soft yellow, as if they're their own little lantern lights. And Vaiks is just sitting on the bench, hands folded. He doesn't know, but very similarly to how she sat in the Tinkerer's office. Only this time she is not staring outward. Her forehead is resting on her knuckles as she stares down at the ground.
He's going to slowly approach and stand here and gently kneel, still remaining eye level. Did you rip any bandages or mess up your stint?
She will. Well, investigation check, Percy. She'll shake her head.
I'll do that.
But yeah, she just knows that it hurts.
Medicine.
Oh God, how far did how bad did I owies?
Medicine.
Hey gang, that's a nat 20 for a medicine check, which makes it a 29.
God, how bad did I owies carrying TikTok? Also, 100% she is dirty. She not only carried Ylvanna a length of the ways, or like assisted Ylvanna, who was a rat child for a hot minute, but then carried
Rude.
a very, very rusty. Hey, I know what I said. A very rusty TikTok. So she's probably like filthy at this point now.
Yeah, she looks rough. She definitely needs a bath. She needs a new application of something to help. And she did pop a couple of stitches on cuts. She doesn't even realize she's bleeding.
You know, it sounds like this that I really wish I took a class in healing magic.
She stares blankly at the ground. And he'll just hear softly. The table was filled, Percival. Filled. With item after item. For us. All of us.
And that's where we're going to take a break.
Yep.
Ow!
So that
Woo,
you
break time.
can think about that.
I don't know if the paladin's back.
Is the BlazingPaladin back?
He's back.
Yeah.
Here.
Muted.
Okay. Hi. Okay. Well. Percival and Vaiks. You may continue.
Okay. As she's speaking and he's kind of like inspecting her over, she doesn't fight him if he like tries to move her physically. Exhaustion kind of just like crashing all at once. She has now been up for far over a day and a half at this point. So we're feeling it, Mr. Krabs. She like dimly processes the fact that she is in fact both dirty and wounded, which would explain a little bit as to why Dee Dee was so pissed.
I believe the last thing that Percy heard was about the TikTok books.
Mm-hmm. It was
Mhm.
stacked. God, I should wrote it down. It was too good.
There was a stack of books and papers for us.
He takes a second, absorbing the information while gently leaning you back onto the seat that you are having, so your head is resting on the top part. Before silently casting Prestidigitation, clearing some some dirt and filth off of some of your wounds that need extra stitching, while pulling out his healing kit and starting to stitch up the immediately open wounds. Silent for a good few seconds before I should have set the fox to find them. I should have told everyone the moment I learned about where he was. He takes a moment to remove the needle and steady his hands before returning to the stitches, seemingly biting his cheek as hard as he can and trying to focus on healing you first.
Vaiks' gaze is tired and a little knowing and sympathetic as she angles her gaze downward without moving her head and gives him a wry smile.
You wanted to trust her. I know. You weren't wrong to want to. And in any other situation, I would say you weren't wrong to at all. But caretaking has never been her strong suit. Ever. As for Ylvanna, well, the gods only know where she fucked off to, honestly. I say that without malicious intentions in it, just more like, well, one minute she's gone anywhere, somewhere, and the next she was running through the trees, looking like a rabbit squirrel. So. Yeah. I don't regret going, regardless of how Dee Dee is certainly mad at me.
She's pissed.
Your
I thought
scene
your rage
still.
was bad. I think, okay, real talk though, I think Twitch is having a bad moment of like 2 minutes of
Yeah, it's Twitch. It's not me.
backlog.
Yeah, stream
As
delay.
long as Aries OBS says that they've swapped stream, I trust that more.
Okay, because I refreshed. It's still on the Be Right Back
Yeah,
screen.
Twitch is having an issue of
Dragon
like
said
2
they're
minute
having
delay.
server lag. We're not worried.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
you're all good. Thank you for checking them.
Yeah.
That sounds like Ylvanna, and Dee Dee was pissed. I thought your rage was bad, but
He gives like a wry chuckle.
Well, I had to have got it from somewhere.
he's very pensive as he kind of tries to think of things to say or how to speak as he focuses on closing any wounds that you have. Nix, when this is done, and we have to go back, I know you talk so much about fate, and I've heard so much about fate, but I really don't want to lose a family I never knew I had.
Vaiks takes a moment. Kind of exhales a little huff through her nose. Places a hand on top of his head, just as she did in the caverns days ago.
Well, I can't guarantee how the future will play out. But no, you can still always come to me. As my sibling or not.
You need a bath really bad.
Ylvanna did stink very badly.
Dee Dee might have to burn the sheets.
Probably. Well, unfortunately, fortunately, when TikTok wakes up, he has a new thing to show you that will assist in any cleaning you may desire. He will wake up, Percival. He's not dead. He's just in stasis. When we were there, he was conscious and moving. Well, active and moving. Why our mother did not put him to sleep before he lost body parts, I will never know. But he was placed in stasis for transport. So he is not dead or dying, but it feels like it. It will be okay.
There's a big hesitance in the air as he hears another promise. Okay. Right. And he will go back to stitching you.
And she will stay still throughout the process as much as she can. Letting silence linger.
And we will go back to Tavrick.
If there's someone else you could go to, if you could do that first. I'm not quite ready yet.
Okay. Luthien, where are you going back to?
Luthien went straight to the temple and is going up the stairs. She's not stopping on Emery's floor and is going up to the very top to find that bridge and go into the aviary.
I mean, it's pretty plain. Once you get to the top, it's just like a branch from the top of the temple into the base of the aviary. At the top of the tree.
Then she will take a breath and she will go across that branch and into the aviary, kind of looking around and just call out, Mindu, are you here?
Let me roll, because this man moves so fucking quietly. If you want to roll perception as well, he moves quietly.
That is a 26.
Yeah, well, he moves quietly. After a moment or two, if you don't call out again, he will appear in one of the levels higher up in the aviary, leaning over a railing, says, "Yes?"
Oh God, since it has been so long, what was the message I was supposed to pass on? Airy, help.
You were told to fetch him, to tell him that Vaiks was in trouble, and that the rest were also dejected children, and what was happening.
Hi, Dee Dee asked me to come and fetch you and tell you that, Vaiks is in trouble. We're all kind of in trouble. She's already scolded Vaiks, and is asking that you help assist the rest of us since you have more patience than her.
Why are you in trouble? What has happened? And he is moving along the railing, still watching you as he makes his way towards the stairs, the sort of spiral level to level around the edges.
Luthien lets out a sigh, very clearly trying to process things, and Ylvanna went off into the woods for 6 days, apparently came out and she had neither eaten or drank in said 6 days. Vaiks snuck out to go to the Island of Death after seeing me at the temple. And apparently TikTok has been at the Island of Death and the Tower of Death for the last 6 days and had to be carried home in parts. Or carried here in parts. And we're all in trouble because I was not aware that he had gone anywhere or that Ylvanna had gone anywhere. And apparently those who were aware did not go and check or tell any of the others, and we are not allowed to make excuses.
It appears it was a lack of communication on all parts. I understand now. Well, let this be a lesson to communicate then. Despite troubles, despite fears, despite anxieties, he very much looks like a professor at one of the old colleges you attended, walking, one hand sort of behind his back and the other moving as he speaks, walking down the stairs and around the edge of the room. Sometimes it is necessary to have more awareness outside of your own self when you are facing your problems. If that is why she is fussed at everyone.
I believe that that is a very apt observation.
And where have you been?
I was in the temple with Emery, and they assisted me in unlocking some memories. So I ended up in a vigil for 3 days and then recovering until this morning.
A taxing quest indeed.
Yes. And up until this morning, except for once at dinner, I saw nothing of anyone else. Which, granted, everyone sort of hates Emery, so...
Yes, they would avoid the building at all costs. And you would need rest. I understand.
And Luthien sort of sighs and sits down. Well, any suggestions on how to reconnect with the party given how apparently Major bringing back Emery messed everything up?
Oh, I wouldn't say it messed everything up. I just think that it has consequences that none could have reckoned. It has had an undesirable impact, yes, but there is purpose and there is desire in aspects. As far as reconnecting with the others, that is on you. You would have to step outside of your comfort zone. You cannot hide within the walls of a place for rest. You cannot fear confrontation. You must reach out. You must speak and listen and communicate.
And if my attempts to reach out, speak, and communicate have have had their own undesired effects on the party,
Then you must change your approach and your words. Because the words that you are intending are not the words that they are receiving. And that is the trick with communication. It is perspective. And if your words are only limited to your perspective, because you are speaking in your dialect and not theirs, sometimes there will be an unintentional wall. Now stand up, put on a brave face, and he hops over the railing, falling 3 floors to stand gracefully in front of you.
and Luthien will sort of give a sigh and stand up, give Mindu a bit of a smile. Well, I had better go check on the status of TikTok. I did tell Percy that I would report back to him on that.
Then let us go see.
And then... Where is Percy? He's at Dee Dee's. Probably tending to both Ylvanna and Vaiks.
I meant TikTok. But
TikTok?
thank you for the information regardless.
TikTok is at the Tinkerer's, another tabaxi. Very white.
And they're walking and talking. I see.
Not like you, but similar, I think.
Irrelevant. For the moment, at least. And his state of disrepair?
I didn't get to see too much, but I believe missing limbs and well, there were many parts on the table.
I understand. And the emotional states of everyone.
If screaming internally was an emotional state, I think that is everyone's right now. Tavrick was very obviously distraught and burst in and was helping as much as he could. He is quite fond of TikTok. Ylvanna seems to be well, before she passed out from exhaustion and dehydration and malnourishment, seemed to be in a very similar state. Vaiks was very angry. I'm not sure if it's at herself, the world, her mother, Percy, or everyone, everything. Percy was obviously quite shell-shocked and seemed to have been very worried and panicked. And right now I am trying to process things as they come, and I am trying not to let myself live in my own guilt and shame for things that were outside of my control, and also trying to not beat myself up for bringing Emery back, because everyone apparently hates Emery and apparently has a plan with me. But that is a much different topic, and I have already discussed my parents today, and I would like to have a break from...
He places a hand on your shoulder, stopping your words. Breathe. You are unraveling.
Yeah.
So, let us appreciate this moment and the fact that we are alive. And we will address each of the problems one by one. As a team. That is what we will be working on with everyone. To be a team. That is why Dee Dee had you come get me. So breathe. And appreciate that you are alive to appreciate these moments. The good and the bad. And that, despite the state of disrepair, from what it sounds like, TikTok was found in time to still be alive.
Yes, from the sounds of things, they seemed confident that he would be alright. I guess it's just been a very long day for me. And Luthien is obviously trying to do her best to take some deep breaths and pull herself out of her emotions and back into the present.
Paladin, are you ready?
I'm going to request
good.
that we maybe skip me today.
That
Oh,
is perfectly fine.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was not ready for today. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're okay, bub.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. It's okay.
If you have to step away, feel free.
Breb, go support the boy.
Go give him a hug.